Back with another dark uh, live feed. And tonight I want to talk about letting go and when to hold on. Um, this was inspired, um, again, from, some workplace things, but also just wanting to, just looking at decisions that other people make and wanting to kind of warn my audience, but also kind of, discuss with my audience um, about not going back to your vomit. And that's a scripture in the Bible where it talks about a Christian that backslides is like a dog that goes back to its own vomit. And it talks about putting a new wine in old wineskins. And so these are some scriptures. I don't know exactly which ones, but these I think it's important for my audience to understand the metaphysics and the science of moving on and letting go. Um, it's literally a way of shedding old skin. And um when you go back to something that you've let go or blocked or disregarded or cut ties with or um that's a form of alchemy, and it's a way of telling the universe that you feel like you made a mistake or you made a wrong decision, or that your life was better before you let go of that thing. And I want to warn my audience about returning to something that you have previously decided was not good for you or not in your best interest. Um, and I'll talk about a few different things of letting go, like a job, a house, hair, different things that we can let go of in our lives. But when you go back to something that you decided for your best interest was not um, for you, um, not only are you, blocking or potentially closing a door or a window to any future blessings that would come with, letting go with the new life, but you're um, you're opening doors to make the previous situation that you let go of worse than it was before you decided this isn't for me. Um, and so using jobs and relationships as an example, um, if you quit a job, do not go back to that job. Um, if you quit or if you get fired from a job, don't go back to that job. And I would even go so far as to say, don't go back to that job for recreation either. So if you are in the service industry, or the entertainment industry, um, or something to that effect. If you quit a job, don't go back to that venue. Don't go back to that restaurant. Don't go back to that place of business, even to um, even for recreation. Even if you get free perks and stuff. Um, if you quit or you get fired from a job, it's usually because of bad energy. It's usually because it's not a healthy relationship. It's not a um, healthy work environment for you, and it's not a good fit. And with what happens a lot of time with jobs is that you'll either quit or get fired because it's really not a good fit for you and your life and your work life balance. Peace, Justin. Peace, Unicorn. You having some issues. We'll get to that with letting go of car when it comes to like letting go of your car, your house, and physical items. But when it comes specifically, because this was inspired from um, things that I see in the workplace. If you quit or you get fired, and 9 times out of 10 that's because it was not a good fit for you. Don't return to that place, because when you go back physically, the message that you're sending subconsciously to your body and to the other people who see you again and coming back to that place, the message that you're sending is that I miss this part of my life. I miss this place. And while you may actually miss your old job, or some of you, which I feel this may have been inspired for, if you have quit or gotten fired, or, with a job, or, in some cases a relationship, and you do miss that place and you do miss working there, um, take that same energy of I miss this place and channel it into finding a better job that pays more. Channel it into upgrading yourself, and because what happens is when you if you got fired, you're not welcome there. And a lot of workplaces, particularly corporate workplaces, they develop a culture, and you either fit in or you don't. And if you don't fit in, you're you have to be such an asset to the company that you fitting in is not a liability to them. So if you don't fit in and you're like the black sheep of your company, you have to be such an asset to the company that they say, well, we don't like this person, we don't like them, for whatever reason, but they are keeping us afloat and they're making us so much money, so we're not going to get rid of them. And when you look at how corporate and how business structures work, it will help you kind of also understand how to be successful in your life when making decisions about what to let go of. Because if you quit a job because you're having an illusion of grandeur, or because of your ego, or someone convinced you to, or because you were experiencing some toxicity in the workplace and you decided to bow out, or you cowered out because you were feeling bullied, or um, you were in a hostile work environment, and you know you you got pushed away, or you ran away from the hostility instead of fighting for something that you liked and enjoyed or that was good for you. If you ended up quitting, same thing. Don't if you're going to run, then run away and never return. Run to continue to run to safety. Take that energy and continue to run away from what was hostile. Don't think to yourself, oh well, I made a hasty decision, or oh shoot, I shouldn't have let that person bully me or manipulate me into quitting or feeling like I didn't belong or feeling like this wasn't a good job for me. I see this happen a lot with people who, thank you, Blitz. Bless you too. Peace, Sister Hong. Um, I see this a lot with people who one little thing goes wrong, or they have a conflict with one person, or they decide they don't like their workplace, and a lot of times it's just ego. um and then sometimes it's because, and this is what I say, don't get involved with people that you work with. Don't if you're not already friends with your coworker before that job, and if you're not planning on leaving that job soon, within like 6 months, don't become friends with your coworkers. Let your coworkers be coworkers. Don't become friends with them, and don't get involved with them sexually. Becoming friends with coworkers and getting sexually involved with coworkers is a lot of times the number one reasons why a workplace becomes toxic or becomes uncomfortable, and people end up leaving or quitting, because they lose sight of why you're there, and that is to make money. Peace, Bruce. Oh, I see you guys are talking about the highway of the metaphysical highway of how we all interact, and yeah, just the chaos of life, and why it's important to let go, but also why it's important to hold on. And so align with what you and Unicorn are kind of getting at. um when you go when you are in a workplace and you lose sight of the fact that you're there to make money, which is to create stability in your life, you like Bruce is saying, at you. And then what happens, let me close this window, it's too loud. What happens is, this opens the gateway for people who do practice occult, which, again, if everywhere around corporate America there are Satanists. You are, whether you know it or not, you are working with at least one Satanist. If you're in corporate America, you're working with at least one Satanist, um, and at least one person who is a mole, who's a company mole, who's meant to spy on people for the company. These are probably the people who go out, who want to develop friendships, and want to try and get to know people outside of work, and then all of a sudden now they don't want to hang out anymore. So watch out for those company moles, but you're definitely working with at least one Satanist, one company mole, and one secret society member. Meaning, um, most jobs, most people who are in some type of upper level position, management maybe, but usually management or above, the most of them are fraternity and sorority people to some degree, whether it's through college or through a more secret society. When you making more than a certain, making over a certain amount of income, 6 figures or more, most likely you're in a secret society in America, because that's how America's designed. It's not designed that you go to college and you work and you get education and you get a good job because you qualify. You are either part of a cabal of that company, or or not. So if you're making 6 figures or more in America, congratulations, you know you're part of you're you're part of a sorority or fraternity. At least you're definitely part of some secret society, most likely. Because I'm thinking most of the people that inherited the slave money have gotten older at this point, and the nieces and nephews probably ended up sleeping with black people anyway, and ruining the legacy, becoming liberals. So back to the subject at hand. when it comes to jobs, if you quit or you got fired, don't go back, don't return, even if you do miss that job, um, because that cord cutting and the cord cutting that was either imposed on you through being fired or that you made a decision to do, even if it was out of cowardice because you didn't want to fight for a position that you actually deserved or were worthy of, and you let people run you off through hostility, you got to let the universe open that window of escape for you, um, to reestablish yourself. If you go back to a place, you're literally opening yourself up for worse abuse, and it's just like the dog going back to its vomit. Once you become cleansed of demons, you know, this is the metaphysical, the spiritual aspect of letting go. Once you cleanse yourself of demons, or the demons leave you and find a new host, um you know what I'm saying, which is getting fired from a job, or you quit and you're done. Once you cleanse yourself of demons, when you go back to the demonic activity, what does the Bible say? You get seven more come in and make your condition worse than it was previously before you got the exorcism. And peace, sheep boss. You work at a shoe store call center. I don't think a secret society member would stoop for that low of a job. Um, then you don't understand how deep surveillance from the CIA really goes. You think titles matter when you're being spied on? A person do you know spies pose as homeless people? So yeah, a store call center, that's a great disguise, because some people have to disguise themselves as homeless people. Even worse, some people have to disguise themselves as a loving husband or a loving wife. So I don't think you understand what I'm talking about when I'm talking about surveillance and secret societies and how society is controlled and how people who can disrupt or influence that are being watched, and why letting go and cord cutting and holding on, why these things are important too, because of what you just said right there. 9 times out of 10, more so like 12 times out of 10, it's the person closest to you that has been sent to destiny swap or spy on you or watch you. And while this may not apply to some people, my audience and my long-term audience understands the occult science that I talk about, particularly when it comes to the agenda to oppress Black Americans, and why spiritually and scientifically that's necessary for the powers and the New World Order and things like that. So when it comes to being spied on, there's no level that they won't stoop to ensure that people who are gifted do not utilize our powers to unite the world and create freedom. So Jacob says Jesus is the way, all glory. So peace everyone, John and Kendrick Celestine. Um so like I was saying, when you have severed these ties, you're letting the universe open the door to new stability and a new foundation. And when you go back to a job that has fired you or that you quit for whatever reason, you're you're um you're opening the gate to things being worse, to seven more demons, or to more abuse, to more hostility, and to more doors being closed for a better situation. And when you show up and you show people that you physically still want to be in a place that you deemed unworthy, or that deems you unworthy to work there, you're telling people that I'm not happier where I'm at. I was happier here. And you're you're sending a message about yourself. And if you quit or you get fired, it's your duty to remain in a superior mental state. Because corporate America drains your energy, and this is why I want to say to people to do not be hasty with your sources of income. I see so many people quit um, or do things recklessly at work that will cause them to get fired because they act as if the job doesn't matter, because what they're really upset is they're upset that they have to work, and likely a minimum wage job or a labor job or or a job that people consider them you're lower in society. And where this unhappiness comes from, it comes from watching too much TikTok. It comes from watching too much social media when you're looking at other people's lives and they've convinced you that they have a rich guy buying them Birkin bags and flying them out to Thailand, every weekend because they're an Instagram model. They're convincing you that they have all this money and these cars because they dropped a single, as a rap artist, when a lot of this stuff is rented to create an image so they can become people are so warped with social media and the idea that someone else's life is better than theirs just because they're using social media to make money, um, which is rare. And people are not appreciating what they have. And what happens is people go to work with an attitude because you don't like the fact that you work at McDonald's. You don't like the fact that you have to, work with black people, you know what I'm saying, and a job that's minimum wage. You don't like the fact that you have to work around women or gays or people of color or you know foreigners, whatever. Some or some people just some people just don't like the fact that they have to work. They fell on hard times. Their husband lost their job. The economy crashed. You have to work and you have to go get a job that you could get. You don't have as many qualifications as you thought you did when your rich life fell through. And now you're just mad that you have to work. And I see so many people having an attitude with the job that's paying their bills because they're just mad that they don't have what someone else has, and they're not appreciating that they have a job to pay their bills until they lose it, or until they no longer have the job that they thought was so beneath them and so irritating for whatever reason. And now they're scrambling to look for a job, or now they're in a job that's worse and that wasn't as good because they didn't appreciate the job that they had, and they didn't appreciate the fact that they had a job. um Hi, Nisi or Nikki, peace. Have I heard about the new marriages law? If you caught cheating with your significant, you get 18 to 25 years in jail and a penalty. No, I haven't. I haven't heard about that law. It sounds like Trump era ish. Um, Probably hard to enforce, but I think there's a lot of things happening under Trump that are forcing people to look at the decisions and how responsible they are with the decisions they make, instead of making the government responsible for their decisions. And people are rightfully getting mad that healthcare is being taken away. Women's reproductive healthcare rights are being taken away. Like you just talked about, certain marriage rights and privileges are being taken away. But I don't think people look at the responsibility that the government is putting on them as an individual or a couple or a family to not get sick, to which means eating healthier on your own accord, or to not be sexually promiscuous, and to take care of your body and mind, whether or not you get pregnant, and who you have sex with, and how committed you are in relationships. um and when you have a country that's run rampant with immorality, yeah, it's gonna seem far-fetched that a government, instead of the church, it wants to implement religious law and structure because the church is accepting homosexuality and sex change and is flying the pride flag during Pride Month. And so it is very confusing to be part of a nation where the government and the president wants to be moral and the church wants to be immoral against what they're teaching. You know what I'm saying? So that is these are some things that are a little bit unprecedented, especially if it is in the United States, because we're a very immoral country. As much as we say in God we trust, but this is kind of again related to what I'm saying about the personal responsibility that you have to make good decisions. And I see so many people quit not appreciating the job they have, and this includes the relationships that they have with who they have. And it people they get another job and they realize that the job that they had was easier. The people they worked with weren't so bad. You know what I'm saying? The commute that they had to take wasn't so bad. The money they were making was actually pretty decent compared to what workload they were doing. And you get these jobs and you go from the frying pan to the fire. And I want to warn my audience, know when to quit a job and when to let go. And so I'm going to continue with the upload just about the metaphysics and my suggestions for when to hold on to something and when to let go and why. When it comes to a job, if you if you have financial freedom and financial stability and your finances are getting better, stay. Do not let anybody who don't like you because they're jealous of you, who don't like you because you're working hard at your job because you like that job and it's paying your bills. Anyone who don't like the fact that you outshine them. These are all the reasons that people get bullied at work. You look better than people, you are better, you work better than others, you're better for the company, or you are more experienced than your boss, and it makes them look bad. Um Other reasons people may not like you because you decided not to have sex with them. You know what I'm saying? Because you decided that you were too good to go to the bar and drink and gossip with them, that you have better shit to do. Other reasons people don't like you at work because the person they have a crush on or the person that they slept with in the past now likes you and is now interested in you. Um, these are mostly usually the reasons why workplaces become hostile. Don't let one of these reasons interfere with you and your financial stability. If that job is giving you financial freedom, keep it and fight for it. And always fight professionally, keep records, send emails, take notes, and go above people's heads. If you do and find yourself in a fight in a fight to keep your job because of workplace hostility. Um Another time to keep your job when it is bringing you fulfillment in life. Don't let other people seeing you happy because they're miserable at that job and the job isn't a right fit for them, but they need to work and they can't get another job. You know what I'm saying? Don't let other miserable people stop you from having a job and getting paid to do what you love or getting paid to do something that you realize makes you happy and does bring you fulfillment, even if you didn't think it would have when you first got the job. If that job is making you happier in life and you notice that you're healthier, you're smiling more, your skin is clearer, you're meeting better walks of life of people and you're having and you have a healthy community at that job, keep the job. Don't quit. Fight for it if there's hostility. Um and I would say another thing, one of the best reasons I would say to stay at a place and to keep a job that you were considering leaving or there's keep a job if if it is keeping your marriage together, or if it is keeping your relationship healthy. This may apply a little bit, this is gonna apply more to men, but for women, I would say too, keep, if this is more gender specific, but if you ladies, if you're a single woman, keep your job if it allows you to remain single and out of an abusive or toxic relationship. If ladies, this is especially for ladies, if your job is keep preventing you from being in bad relationships with men who are not your husband and who don't love you, keep your job. Keep your job instead of dealing with men who are not your husband or are not trying to be. For fellas, more so, but again, keep your job if it is keeping your marriage together. If it's keeping your household together, if that job that you don't like and you're thinking about quitting, if that job is the only thing keeping your household stable, keeping your wife happy, keeping your marriage together, keeping your kids fed and feeling safe, keep the job. Don't let someone convince you to quit. Now, and if anyone else can think of anything, go ahead and contribute. But reasons to let go of a job. Peace, Sasha Marie. Here are some, and I'm just talking about holding on and letting go and the metaphysics of it. So we're starting with the workplace. Reasons that you should quit your job or leave that job. If it is costing you money, don't pay to play. Your job needs to be a source of income. And if the commute is costing you money, if the nature of the job or whatever, if there's expenses tied to that job that, and it's costing you too much money, leave. A job is to make money, not spend money. So if it's costing you too much money, that's a good reason to quit the job. Jobs are for abundance and stability. If this is another reason, this is what I've seen, and this is something I've seen too, and this is what I want to warn my audience about. If you have gotten sexually involved with somebody at that job and it did not turn into a relationship, that would be a good reason to quit the job. Because if you bonded with someone and then had to break ties with them, you have to, when you have a breakup, you have to disassociate. And that job is associated now with that person you slept with. Now the workplace, this is why when you tangle money and sex outside of marriage, you could end up losing both. Don't sleep with people that you work with. Make money. Ladies, you want to sleep with someone at your job, make sure that he can afford for you to quit. Don't, because it ends up being a good reason to quit just for your own health and for your own sanity and for the metaphysics of it. But I want to let people know there are people who will get involved just to sabotage you at the job. It's no different than, like I said, these CIA agents who come in your life and marry you and whole time be a whole spy, trying to making sure you don't get to a certain place in life that the government, doesn't want you to be a threat to the structure. Don't think that somebody won't target you and get involved with you as a chess play power move at that job. Because in this time and era, especially with men, there was a time where women would be shamed into leaving and quitting. And ladies, and that's what I'm warning you about that too. If you done something, that you're ashamed of, don't you do not punish yourself and publicly shame yourself by continuing to go to a job when there's rumors about you, or some guy used you for sex and got away with it, and this and that. But I want to warn fellas too, and ladies again, guys will sleep with you to sabotage you, because if you come in pretty, you could fuck the big boss, and now his promotion gets ruined because now you're the pretty secretary who he's got to worry about, because you can get promoted before him because you look good. I can't stress enough, ladies, how men do not like beautiful women because of power, because how much power your beauty gives you. And don't think that that guy who's in your same position won't come after you, so you don't go after the big bucks that he wants. And this is before and beyond homosexuality. This is how men think to gain power. And this is how women think to gain power. So stop forgetting, in the workplace, people are there for money and power, and they will use sex to get it. Fellas, stop going after women who throw themselves at you at the workplace. Stop being a resource for a woman to make the other guy who hit it and quit it jealous. You know, you come in these workplaces and you don't know the history and dynamic. You just know some white girls flirting with you, or some Asian girls flirting with you, or some Latina, some fucking chick is make sure she ain't been passed around already. Make sure she's not trying to make someone else jealous. Make sure she's not trying to interfere with you getting in a real relationship with one of the coworkers who you actually have a crush on, who is actually single, who doesn't have a reputation, who's good at her job, and may actually be a good wife for you. Stop getting involved with these spicy ass bitches at work, with these hot in the pants hoes in the workplace. Fellas, especially black men, you're stupid if you go get a job that's allowing you to pay for the kids that you have with the black women in the hood, and you let some white chick ruin your income. Because it's usually a money move. It's usually a way for people to get you off the chessboard so they can get to the next level financially. And the stupidest thing you can do is get sexually involved, because what's going to happen is either you're going to be publicly shamed into quitting, or corporate's going to come after you and cause you to quit. And they're going to go after the black male. So if the darker you are and the more masculine you are, the more likely you're going to get fired or pushed out of the company after a sexual situation with a female who's white. If it's a black female, don't nobody give a fuck about her or her feelings. So if you're a black lady at a job, understand, doesn't matter if someone rapes you, they don't care. You're black. They don't care about the women with lighter skin, which is a white looking Latino woman, a white looking Asian woman, or a white looking white woman. Okay. So, white ladies, if they find out you're dating a black guy, they'll probably treat you the way they treat a black woman, but that's what you wanted anyway, right? Um, so when it comes to these things within the workplace, and why I'm saying, if you did make a mistake and hook up with someone at the job, that is a good reason to quit. But understand, that's the inspiration behind this. Fellas, you're not immune. There's a lot of women coming after you, getting you out of the way and moving into a position to make the money that you probably were making. And a lot of you fellas, Gotta understand something. Half of the time, the only reason you're getting pussy at the workplace is because you're in a position higher than some of these females, and she's looking up to you already, and she doesn't have any sexual self control, and she doesn't have her own man. And the reason, and a lot of times, the reason why she doesn't have her own man is because men sniff desperation and slutty behavior a mile away. And a man who wants a relationship is not gonna wife up a slut. And slut behavior is women who decide, oh, he has a little more power than me, he has this and that, I'm gonna see him as, I'm saying, a protector and a provider. That's slutty behavior. A woman waits till a man protects and provides for her to give him wife rhythm. And you got a lot of sluts at these jobs who will give a guy a rhythm just because he's black, or just because he's the manager or the head of whatever. And so, ladies, avoid these women who go to work and start scoping out men. Because if you're gonna be a gold digger, why the fuck are you doing it at work? Go gold dig so you don't have to work. So the whole hypocrisy of having a job and then acting like a gold digger at the job, this is mental disorder behavior. And men, stop falling for it. Because half of the time, the only reason you get in pussy at work is because you're in a position of power or an authority, or because some white girl wants to make some other dude mad. And black men are perfect for helping white women make another man upset. And y'all love being tools. So men, especially the darker that you are and the more masculine that you are, when you go to a job, be a tool for the boss who's paying your bills, and focus on no one else, and get some pussy outside of work. So when you go to work and these women, especially the white ones, throw themselves at you, you already drained out. Get you a hoe in the hood, get you a girlfriend, get you something. But don't go to work on full throttle. Get yourself drained and keep your money and your bag and keep it in the community. And stop going out and going downtown and going to the nice areas and getting these little minimum wage service jobs, and letting racism affect your paycheck. Take care of your kids and go the fuck home. Stop hanging out with these white people at work if you a real nigga. Um, but for the rest of you all, what I'm saying, who are probably not as dark and not as masculine, you getting pussy because you're in a position of authority. And you got to understand the times we're in. Women aren't ashamed anymore. Women want what men have. A lot of women have penis envy, or they are being taught and trained to rob men instead of respect men. So stop thinking that because a woman gives you pussy or suck your dick or whatever, that she respects you. She may just be coming for your bag, just like a lot of these other women are. And getting and now you are out the job because of the company dynamic and favoritism issues and everything. And she still has a nice cushy cozy place to work. You're out the job looking for other stuff because you let pussy get the best of you. um and now you may not have access to the money or the pussy. And that's what it can happen with ladies too. Don't get involved with these dudes who and this is why I warn women not to sleep with men at work. They're betting. If you find out that men bet and do sports bets and stuff like that, they will bet as to whether they can sleep with you or not. So ladies, don't let it do. And a one way to know that he's probably trying to win some bet that he made, he'll come in full throttle, like he don't even know you, never went on a date, but he want to marry you. He's in love with you, he likes you so much. Ask a guy what he likes about you. If he says is he thinks because he just thinks you're a nice person, he probably made a bet, And he probably, by saying he thinks you're nice, that means he thinks you're dumb. Men don't think smart women are nice. Men think smart women are bitches. So if he, if a guy ever comes and tells you, yeah, I like the fact that you're a bitch. I like the fact that you're smart. I heard you say this or that to that person, and I kind of like that. It lets me know that you have a brain. Then he likes women. He likes real women. But if he's sitting up there telling you because he thinks you're a nice girl, he thinks you're stupid, and he probably made a bet to see how long it took for he could get your pussy. Because if he thinks you're stupid, other people at that job think you're stupid too. And the number one reason why they think you're stupid is because you're probably kind, courteous, and professional to people at work. And you probably smile a lot because you're actually happy with who you are. And you probably are happy with who you are because you look good as fuck. And these are all reasons why people will try to sleep with you, try to sabotage you, and all reasons why people probably think you're stupid. And you got to understand, stupid is as stupid does. Don't have sex with someone you work with. Human Villa, you need to stop. No prize comes at the end of that flattery. But I just I I'm just very immature. I got bit by a vampire when I was 13. Human Villa says, "Are you a teenager or do you just look young?" Um, Peter Pan never lands. Take a trip to Neverland and, you know, see what happens. You just might never age. But so um sometimes when you can't see hair, like not having hair or not seeing someone's hair, that can give a person a more youthful appearance too, because when you think of not having hair, you associate that kind of with a baby. And so your actual features are recognized more, less the hair you have or the less hair is visible. People can actually see your features. And sometimes and hair is something else I wanted to talk about with letting go, and this is a good time to mention that. When it comes to letting go of your hair, um, keep your hair if and this goes double for black women, but for women and people in general, if you're growing your hair and you're getting to a phase where you're like, oh, it's so hot and I'm so hot and I'm so warm, don't cut your hair for that reason. Keep your hair. um Hair and heat work hand in hand, and the reason that black people don't get sunburn, it's not because of the color of our skin, it's because of the texture of our hair. The coils in our hair insulate the heat, which keeps us from getting burned. So it's not necessarily dark skin, which is able to nourish you by transforming UV light into food or nourishment. But it's the hair that keeps black people from being sunburned, not the skin. Why you have like Eskimos hair with dark skin. Indians have some have straight hair with dark skin. You know what I'm saying? There's some place in Africa where people have straight hair and still have dark skin. And this is why you have, for example, like Jewish looking people or, the Ashkenazi or the Russians or whatever, they can have curly hair or afros like Bob Ross with Caucasian skin. you know? And so it is the hair texture that insulates the heat. And so you feeling like you're too hot to grow your hair long, that's not a reason to cut your hair. Keep your hair. Um, because actually the longer your hair is, the easier you can deal with the heat, believe it or not. Um, Another reason to not don't cut your hair, especially if you're growing it. If you're growing it and you're going through an awkward phase where it's an awkward length and you're not sure how to style it at that length because you're used to it short, or you're trying to get it long and it's at that middle length or the awkward length. Some people call it the ugly phase or whatever, but if it's just at an awkward length between you growing it long, don't give up and cut your hair. Learn how to style it. Learn the joys of having a relationship with your hair through that awkward length phase. That's where you learn how to style your hair, how to play with your hair, what styles look good on you until it grows to the length you're trying to get it to. And another reason not to cut your hair, if you have a stylist or you go to a stylist or you go to the hair salon and you are one of those people like telling the stylist, okay, you can just do, I'm feeling, I'm just feeling crazy today. You can do whatever style you want. You pick my style. They're going to cut your hair if it's long. So if you have long hair, do not cut it because a stylist told you to or wanted you to. And I don't care if the stylist tells you it's good for you to cut your hair. Don't let a stylist cut your hair. Now, if you have split ends or if you have damage and you're going to get a haircut, great. Don't let them cut off more than an inch for maintenance. But never stop letting these hairstylists cut your hair bald. I would say 75% of hairstylists are demon possessed with some form of Jezebel. And that's why they hate you. And that's why they hate your long hair. And that's why if you go to a stylist with a head full of thick, long, healthy hair, they will cut it. They will look for any reason to cut it. Y'all get in the comment section and vouch for it. I'm not going to continue with this. Y'all know this is true. Y'all vouch for it yourselves. You know it's true. So never cut your hair because a stylist suggested it. I don't care if they suggest it for your own good. And until you decide you want your split ends cut, until you know that you need your split ends cut, until you wake up and say, I'm going to a hair salon to get a haircut, don't let a stylist do it. It must be your decision. Never cut your hair because a stylist tells you to. Ever. 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 I warned you. That lady cut way more on my ends. I've seen Caucasians with curly afro hair shock me, but this is not abnormal for a Caucasian to have an afro, or for a, so to speak, a non-African to have an afro, and for a full-blood African to have limp hair. Because your hair texture determines your ethnicity more than any other trait. More than any other trait, your hair texture determines your ethnicity, not your skin color. There is light and dark in every race. Does the skin color determine it? Yes, but it's the undertone more so than the overtone. This is why when you get those black, blue, purple, and more so deep brown, dirt brown undertones of the African and the West African, that's different than a black person or a brown person that has pink and orange undertones, which is Caucasian. This is why so many black people have red bone undertones, because they're not African American. They're most likely some form of Native American, or they're most likely extremely mixed with Europe, probably something like French or Puerto Rican. Or Puerto Ricans be pale. You know what I'm saying? And so why they're pale, that's how they look. The Spanish from Spain look black originally. So stop thinking, a lot of that pale is not that from Spain. A lot of that pale is from the Aztec and the certain Native American tribes that was actually pale looking like that. Because even the European don't be pale, they end up looking red lobster. But that pale look of the Puerto Rican without getting red, how they be pale, you know, these are these are, that's what I'm saying, skin color don't necessarily determine so much as that hair texture. Because Moroccans is pale, and they right smack dab in the middle of Africa. Um, but so back to what I was saying about the hair and when to let go. You said they haven't went to the hair salon for a natural in a long time. They cut a lot of my long hair off. I have Native American, but me and my mom aren't super light because the undertone of your skin determines where the tone comes from. Why the undertone? Because that determines what climate you actually are meant to be in. And so does that hair. And that thick hair allows you to be in 100+ degree weather without getting burned. It is the hair that insulates the heat, not necessarily the dark skin. The dark skin is a protective layer, and it protects you from a lot more than the sun. Um, but you got to understand that that when you see white people tanning to get dark, that's because that is their instinct. And you see a lot of black people who don't like the sun, can't handle the heat, can't be in the heat. They got a lot of European in them, and they probably got a pink undertone. So that's why you see white people in Florida in the sun getting red, letting the red come out, letting the freckles come out, letting that Irish come out. Okay, letting that albinism come out because they albino black Africans genetically. You see some black people that can't stand to be in the heat. They got in the air condition all day, and a lot of times they're overweight because being obese is not an African trait. So when you see the obesity in American stuff, and what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that there's not a form of obesity in Africa, but what what are they eating, and why? You got to remember that being big and being large was a status symbol at one time, but they weren't obese because they was eating unhealthy processed foods. They was eating a lot of milk and natural stuff. um so all I'm trying to say is, most times when you see a black person who does not enjoy being in the heat, who does not enjoy being in the heat, who does not and who want who a black person, a lot of times you see a black person who enjoys being in the air condition. A lot of times they're overweight, and that's more of that European trait, because the African has a natural genetic fitness, meaning a, a we have a natural ability to burn fat. We have higher muscle twitch fibers. We have a form of athleticism. So when you see an obese black person, they're consuming too much European culture, or they have too much European genetic, where their natural athleticism and ability to adapt to any climate doesn't kick in. And I hate to say that, but that's that thing. There are black people who got a lot of European, and then they don't adapt to any climate. Because a black person can adapt to any climate. That's why we can still be here and survive winters and survive the Middle Passage and all stuff we survived. Dominant genetics can survive. Recessive genetics don't, and they tend to compensate through obesity. Recessive genetics can survive through obesity. Yeah, people can stand a black girl that likes the sun and stuff. Yeah, there's children of the sun and there's not. But when it comes to your hair, don't ever let no no hairdresser cut your hair unless you went and specifically made an appointment because you woke up and decided you needed a haircut or you wanted to chop your hair off. And furthermore, um if you do decide to cut your hair, here's the good reasons. And this especially for when those of you who are ready to cut your locks and are thinking about cutting your locks. Um don't cut your locks if you if you're a Rasta. I mean that kind of goes without saying, but if you're a Rasta and you've committed to that, that's against the it's against Rastafari to cut your locks. So if you committed to Rasta, don't be cutting your locks. Let them grow and make sure they stay kempt. So that's another reason to not cut your hair. But a reason to cut your hair, cord cutting. If you, particularly as a African or African American, if your hair and the electromagnetic field of our coarse hair, if you have absorbed too much negativity and it's now following you around and it's now part of your aura because your hair has absorbed too much negativity, cut it off. It's better to cut off your hair and cut off your crown than it is to have a corrupted crown. And this is a part in Vodun, and especially more in Haitian Vodun, where we talk about resetting the head. So a good way to reset your head spiritually is to cut off your hair if it has been corrupted. And so, ladies, you can absorb the negative energy from a man you're sleeping with or being involved with. Gentlemen, you can do the same with women. And I want to warn men about Samson and Delilah, and when it comes to your hair, especially men with locks or with hair with a thicker crown. Men, baldness spiritually for men symbolizes a womanizer. So when a man is bald or he experiences balding, one of the more practical reasons is because you wear too many hats, which means you're trying to hide from something. And a lot of times guys wear hats. They're hiding from the sun. They're hiding from God. It's a satanic trait or habit for a lot of men, especially a hat that is designed to create shade from you, as opposed to a hat that is designed to show status. Sombreros, ball caps, fitted caps. These are all hats that are meant to be taken off on the inside as a sign of respect, which means when you wear them outside, you're disrespecting the sun. You're disrespecting God's glory. So ladies, when you see a bald man spiritually, especially for spiritual women, that's a sign that he's a womanizer, that he does not have respect for women, meaning he will sleep with multiple women without loving them, and he will intentionally sleep with multiple women to womanize, to make women, to demean the value of the woman. And that is the definition of a womanizer. I'm saying womanizer with baldness. I'm not saying just a player, because being a player a lot of times means that he has emotional or mental trauma. I'm not saying that he is a cheater, because again, you know, to cheat, you have to first be in a relationship. But a lot of times good guys get in relationships, so cheating is a temptation and stuff. But when a man is a womanizer, he wants to demean the value of the woman which God created for him. He likes to demean the value of the female that was designed for him. So that's why baldness is a symbol that a man is a womanizer, because a lot of times wearing hats, which leads to baldness and premature baldness, that is that disrespect for God. That's saying, it's hiding from the sun, it's hiding from God's authority as to how you should treat his creation, which are the animals, nature, and women. These are all things that are under subjugation to Adam, to the man. It was nature, the animals, and the woman. And when a man takes his position of authority and he hides from God instead of giving God glory for his position as a man, which is a position of authority, um, that's what baldness symbolizes. It symbolizes he has forfeited being covered by God as a man. Because, woman, your covering is your husband. And if you don't have a husband, your covering, woman, is your long hair, which means your sacred femininity that shows you honor the position of being a woman. So heed that, and fellas, to understand, when it comes to the Samson and Delilah thing that I mentioned for men, sleeping with multiple women will make you go bald as a man. I'm not saying can, I'm not saying might, I'm not saying should, I'm not saying could. I'm telling you right now, sleeping with multiple women will make you go bald as a man, because you lose your power every time you share yourself with one more woman that's not your wife. And you lose your power when you spread yourself thin through polygamy, polyamory, and polyandry. You lose your power and the sanctity of every commitment you make when you decide to include other people in it. So fellas, you will go bald if you live a life where you have no respect for women and sex, and the power that you are taking and robbing a woman of every time you sleep with her with no intention to marry her. And fellas, there are a lot of women who, especially if you are black, with locks on a full head of hair, there are a lot of women who will sleep with you to steal the power of your hair. There are a lot of recessive genetic women who will have sex with you just to steal that crown. So men, you sleep with the wrong woman, or if you are an African or African American man who is sleeping with anything less than an African American or African woman, you will go bald. If you weren't already, and you probably were already bald if you chose a non-black woman as a black man for your wife. You probably were already bald or cursed in some way. Your choice in woman was just a reflection of your curse. But if you are blessed by God, and you choose to forfeit your Samson energy for a Delilah, you will go bald. So men, if you are marrying foreign women or women outside of your race because you're a womanizer, and because you have no respect for your position as a black man, you'll end up bald. Um Ladies, if you find yourself wanting to cut your hair because you got involved with the wrong man, and you need to reset you need to reset your head, um that is a good reason to cut your hair, but don't let someone else do it. If you're cutting your hair to reset your head, you do it yourself. No one else slept with that man, so no one else can cut your tie with him. Why? No one else, another person cutting your hair, that person's not in love with that man. So ladies, if you're cutting your hair because you gave yourself to a man who is not your husband, who did not take responsibility for protecting, providing, and loving you, and you got to reset your head, or you got to reset your head because you were in a relationship with someone who was either abusing you or who turned out to not be a good person, meaning He was bringing so much negativity and calamity into your life because he was a wrathful man, or he was a dangerous man, or he was an angry man, or some men have such toxic traits. And it's not always about cheating. Some men have such toxic abusive traits, and they can make your life a living hell. They can make your life so stressful. And that's not how a woman needs to live. A woman needs to be led by a man who's peaceful and can bring her peace. And a man needs to choose a woman who is peaceful and brings him peace. But most black men won't. Most black men will choose a woman who is unruly, masculine, and um and arrogant. Most black men don't choose peace. They choose the woman that's easiest to get and easiest to keep. Meaning the woman that's easiest to cheat on, or the woman that makes his life easier by fighting his battles, paying half of his bills, doing all and taking the lead in life. That's what a lot of black men go for. And marrying a white woman is no different, because he's hiding behind the skirt of a woman whose society has already made it easy for. He's hiding behind her privilege. Black men don't love good women because a good woman exposes who the black man really is and what the black man really is. And a good and I'm not saying that black love does not exist, but for most black women it doesn't. And so I can't worry about people who have black love when I'm trying to teach women, and the majority of women who are going to experience reality, not fantasy. So love and black love, these are all still fantasies that don't readily happen in reality, because the reality of it is the black man, widely and mostly by choice, through his own enjoyment of wickedness, is inferior. And it's not, oh, he's inferior to the white man, to this and that. uh, it, um inferior to manhood in general. All right, we don't even have to compare him to other races of men to understand that his manhood has been retarded, and his growth has been stunted. We don't have to compare him. We you can look and see something's wrong. Like, you can look, my favorite example is a horse and a donkey. Everyone thinks a donkey's normal, but when you look at a horse, you realize a donkey is a retarded horse. You get what I'm saying? But the black man, it's not like, oh, he's a donkey. The black man is like, what's like an anomaly? You know what I'm saying? What can I think of? Think of an animal that looks just so ridiculously outrageous, you don't even think it's from the planet. You get what I'm saying? Like a spider. Spiders got 8 eyes and all these legs and this that. They, you know what I'm saying? And while it has purpose, but if you look at a spider, you don't have to compare a spider to nothing to be like, that look, that's fucking odd as fuck. And because there's nothing to really, you know what I'm saying, you can compare it to a giraffe, but it's just like, why? It's just odd on its own. For example, that fish that be way underwater, the angler fish that's ugly, looking like a piranha with a big light ball, that shit looks crazy as fuck. You don't have to compare it to any other fish. You can just look at it and be like, that's fucked up. Now, you can compare like an eel to, like a barracuda, or the or fish, or like a snake or something. These things look similar and you can compare them. The black man, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to compare him to other races to know that he's just wicked, that he enjoys wickedness. And why? Because the Bible, before other races existed, was talking about the wickedness of the Hebrew Israelites, who were God's chosen people. And so that's what I'm saying. There's no comparison to something that's in its own an anomaly. So that's why that's why I have to talk about these things, because you know as a beautiful woman, if I have more knowledge and more wisdom than average women. That is me. That's aside from genuinely being a bloodborne witch, genuinely having years of practice, not just study, practice, to know what I'm talking about. And half the time I don't talk about these things because people don't ask me those questions. And I don't just open up certain subjects about, certain demons, or, binding a demon with a mirror and shit. Since like y'all gotta want to know about that. But at the end of the day, aside, when you're just simply a beautiful black woman who has real beauty, when you've been told you look like a Barbie doll, or what race are you, when I'm obviously fucking black, but people can't figure out my race because I'm so beautiful, they all of a sudden can't figure out what my race is when I'm black. You get what I'm saying? When you have a beauty that is so enchanting and otherworldly that it confuses people as to why you're on this planet, like you should be in heaven. When people act like that towards you, you have a heavenly duty, knowing that you came from heaven, to let people know the truth about black men and your experiences with them. And that's why I talk about these things, because it's easy for a woman who does not reach a beauty standard to get up here and talk about these things. But when you reach a beauty standard, then you have to tell the truth about how you're treated as someone who is considered actually beautiful. And black men are trash, and they're trash on purpose. And I don't have to give a disclaimer, because I know happily married black women to black men. Black, what I'm saying, married black men, good black men that teach, black men that feed the people. You know what I'm saying, black men that do capital. I know y'all, and y'all know me, but at the end of the day, y'all not the truth, and y'all not the norm. And half of these niggas that do all of this shit, they got baby mamas too. The upmost upstanding black man is still trash when it comes to how he relates to the black woman, and it's universal. So when it comes to cutting your hair, because you didn't, dealt with the wrong one, do it yourself, because the act of cutting your hair and cord cutting, it has to come with you cutting ties with something that was less than what you deserve, and cutting ties with something that wasn't good for you. And somebody else can't do that, the spiritual work. The symbol of cutting your hair is going to be a spiritual thing for women. When you're cutting your hair um after a breakup, or after your head was corrupted through sex or through romance. And like I said, with men, particularly black men, if you are a womanizer, you're sleeping with multiple women, and you're sleeping with women outside of your race, you end up bald. You know what I'm saying? You won't have to cut your hair or research your hair. It's going to fall out. And, so men, if that has happened and you find yourself bald because you are mistreating women, and you're mistreating the women of your race, or the women directly in your family who are supportive to you, when you mistreat good women, especially if you're a black man who is mistreating good black women, you'll end up bald. And when that happens, um you're gonna want to do what Kanye West did when he got cursed from messing around with these Hyksos out here. um he ran to some voodoo with, you know what I'm saying, he ran to the first place that do voodoo that he could find, it's an island or somewhere, and tried to get hexes taken off by through root work. And that's what a lot of you black men are going to end up doing. But what you should do, instead of trying to get some black woman to bless you, and instead of trying to get some black priestess or whatever to bless you, because that's what all y'all do when you let a white woman take your power. The first thing you do is you try to go find a black woman who's a priestess to bless you, to help you. So if you're a black woman listening, this is the number one reason why you don't want to become a priestess. And I'm gonna do that upload. But black women, stop, don't watch my shit and decide you want to become a priestess, because most of you all are not. If you were a priestess, if you are a priestess and you were born as a priestess, you would be serving a particular ancestor that is your head and over your head already. So most of y'all aren't priestesses. But for the black women who are real priestesses of a particular Orisha or ancestor, all right? Or you can be a high priestess of the spirit realm, like I am. All right. Don't let no Negro come to you to take your power, or to bless his hatred of women and his hatred of the women of his own race. Now you want to take on a client who's a black man that deals with Delilah, you know what I'm saying, and wants his crown back. That's up to you. But black women, it is more your black women who are priestesses. Don't corrupt your head by resetting the head of black men who have chosen Delilah over the nation of Israel. Let him be bald, because he's going to keep dealing with white women. He's not going to stop. All right. Most black men who are dealing with white women, their hair is an easy sacrifice for to have access to white power. They don't like black power. They don't want the power God gave them. They want white power. All right. So, ladies, when a man has shown that he prefers white power to black power, it's not your job as a priestess to reset his head. If you think he's paying you the right amount of money and you need the money that bad, go ahead. But a lot of you priestesses, you will get energy in your own crown. If you're dealing with Vodun, you're dealing with the African ancestors. And you're dealing with the ones that protect white supremacy just as much as they protect everything else, any form of enemy. So priestesses, when you start getting that tinkling in your crown that a white woman's trying to come get your energy through some Negro that she's sleeping with, protect your crown so you don't end up resetting your head, because you've dealt with too many Negroes that are corrupted through their dealings with white people on a spiritual level. Cross contamination, spiritual cross contamination. All right. And the Irish, and the British Isles, the British Islanders, they are a huge exception to a lot of what I'm talking about. But don't get things twisted when it comes to black and white relationships in the spirit realm, and how that relates to hair. Because like I said, if a white girl got your same hair texture, great. But when you black men, you got locks and you're dealing with these women who have different hair textures than you, what do you expect to happen? Okay. Black women, when it comes to your hair and holding on to your hair, and letting go, cut your hair. And this can go for men too. This can go for anyone listening when it comes to hair again. It's okay to cut your hair when you are holding onto your hair for vanity. If you're holding onto your hair because other people tell you, oh, your hair looks so good, or some guy who's not your husband and not helping you pay your bills tells you, oh, he likes your hair so long or the way it is, or you look so good, or you yourself feel better than other people because you have longer hair, but your crown is getting too heavy because there's too much experiences, there's too much experience in your hair, but you're holding on to it for vanity. cut your hair and cut your crown off it is if it has become too heavy. And what that's going to look like too is you need to cut your hair off if it is thinning or breaking off, which means it's too heavy. And if your locks are thinning or breaking off, don't try and salvage and they look bad and they look like they're thinning. Cut your hair and start over. If the wisdom, if the lessons, if the experiences have become too heavy and you need to start over and get lighter and feel younger, that's a good time to cut your hair. But that vanity of holding on to one little lock just because you got to have one strand of hair long, or just because you got to say you got long hair, or you just are holding on to the past and to the compliment you got when it actually looked good, that's a good time to cut your hair. When your long hair is weighing you down and no longer looks good and it's causing breakage, um let it, that's a good time to let go, because sometimes you have to let go of the past. And I see a lot of people, especially black people with locks, where you're balding, your hair's thinning, your locks have not been kept up, you know what I'm saying, in a certain way, where some are thin, some are thick, and this that, and you're just holding on to locks just because you can't let go of that ego of when you first locked up and it looked good and you got all those compliments and people told you this and that. Let go of them locks if they're breaking off and they're thinning off, and they haven't been maintained to maintain the lock to where it's not breaking your hair off. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Um, Make sure things look good. If it doesn't, let it go. Let it go. Um, and another reason to cut your hair is for health benefits. So if for cut your hair for health benefits. For example, like when my cat had to get a catheter in, and that happened twice. Some of they had to shave his parts to put the catheter in. They had to put bandages on. They had to, he was looking very awkward because they had to shave certain parts of his hair. So he had full hair in some parts, and then he had like little shave marks, and it looked kind of crazy. But that's the price you pay to save your life and have procedures done. So if you need to cut your hair for medical reasons, or for health benefits, for whatever reason, then do it. And this is going to be more so for black women who are going natural, who may have to cut off some of the dead hair that has been permed or that's been damaged through fake hair, or chemicals. um this can be for people who may need some type of brain surgery. This can be for men who are holding on to having a beard and looking masculine. Just like women want long hair to look feminine, some men may be holding on to beard or facial hair to look masculine. But if you're suffering from some type of acne or things like that, that it's causing, and it's easier for you to not have hair or to wax or shave because of acne reasons or something like that, these are reasons to let go of your hair. Um, another reason that you can cut your hair or let go of your hair is for spiritual sacrifice. Yeah, thank you, Sasha. Yeah, he's much better now. Yeah, you did a big chop one time in your life. This is okay when it is a form of spiritual sacrifice, or it's a form of ritual. So again, I talked about cutting your hair, going bald, and letting go of your hair because of a failed relationship, because of sleeping with the wrong people. But when you're doing a spiritual ritual, which deals with which can be um sexual or not, any type of spiritual ritual that involves that your hair is the sacrifice that you're making, which is more so going to be something that a person who has mountain blood is going to do. Why do I say mountain blood? Monks come from the mountains. Tibet and Himalaya and all them other monks, those are mountains that they come from and that they live on, and they're connected to the air. And the mountain disconnects you from humanity and puts you closer to God. That's the furthest most tip you can be close to God without a plane or a flying device. And they be up there astral projecting, okay? And so if you don't have mountain blood, you probably don't have the genetic heritage to be an actual monk. And there are African monks too, but it's the same thing. It's about elevation. And the air people and the element of air, and how air people, which is related to the Asian heritage, but the air peoples, the wind and the air and aerodynamics, you can have good aerodynamics when it comes to things like that, and things like martial arts, when you can be more sensitive with a bald head. So a lot of times a warlock or a martial artist of some sorts, or which is the ultimate martial artist, which essentially being a monk, um that is typically the spiritual heritage that calls for hair cutting rituals. Other than that, it's not necessarily traditional to cut your hair in a spiritual way that's not satanic. What do I mean by this? um Now, even the Native Americans, they kept their hair long like the Rastafari, because especially the horsemen, the Native American horsemen, their hair allowed them to ride the horses and to have better aerodynamics through hunting. So while hair or lack of hair can help you in certain things like martial arts or living on the mountains or things like that, longer hair was also used for warriors to help with certain warrior skills, hunting skills, and fighting skills. Now, I would say more so with hunting than fighting. But I say that to say monks and mountain heritage, of the monk, and of the elemental of the air, and martial arts, that's when you get hair cutting rituals that are spiritual. But other than that, the spiritual ritual of cutting off someone's hair is usually to steal power. It is something that women do. It's something that older women do to beautiful women or younger women. It's something a crone, so to speak, will do to take away a younger woman's power or a more beautiful woman's power. Um, in Europe, they have an obsession with younger women as more beautiful and chrome because they age much quicker. But in Africa, where we can be timeless, it's simply just about a woman who's more beautiful than you, more influential than you. And remember, in Africa, a lot of times, the bigger you are, the more you're considered beautiful. It's not like in Europe where you're thinner, you have longer hair, and you have fair features. In Africa, fair features could be considered sickly, and what we consider like obesity or too big features or whatever, those are the things that could be considered beautiful or um prestigious for a woman to have. And so that is why as a crone, um you know may cut the hair, or a community of crones, or a community of women who have lost their beauty, so to speak, or maybe even their fertility, may want to cut the hair of the fertile woman or of the beautiful woman as a public act of public shame or public humiliation. And this is something that women tend to do to beautiful women, regardless of whether witchcraft is involved or not. Women, groups of women, will publicly shame and publicly humiliate a woman who is more beautiful than them. And if you are a beautiful woman and your beauty outshines more and outshines the majority of the women in the situation, they will team up against you. That's It's not a if and or but. They will. If you are in a place, a situation, a workplace, a club, a bar, a classroom, church, on the I don't care where you're at. If there are five or more women and there are at least three men, and you are more beautiful than the five or more women, at least four of them, if not all of them, are going to form a group and exclude you and start to bully you. Probably they will do the mean girl thing. That's just how women who don't have beauty and who don't have the power and influence of sex appeal, that's just how they behave around women whose gift is sex appeal and attractiveness. um that's just how women are. And it's just ignore it, ladies. If you're a witch and you have that power of beauty, just ignore it, because think of how you would feel if you were dull around a bright shiny object. All right. So um the other thing I want to say when it comes to this, in general, satanic witches, meaning witches who do witchcraft to take away other people's free will, to control other people. Um, a lot of witches will go around secretly cutting the hair of their target or collecting hair follicles or other DNA of the person that they are targeting. It's very, these, like I said, most spiritual hair cutting things are satanic. Other than, save being a monk, cutting your hair for spiritual reasons typically is satanic. Another major satanic hair cutting ritual is when you are usually a black woman, but as we can see in some instances in Hollywood, it's not just black women. um Sigourney Weaver playing Ripley, um Demi Moore playing G.I. Jane, um Hilary Swank when she played a real figure, and this really happened, a woman who was protesting during women's suffrage, when that was a true story. These are just examples of white women who have um had their hair cut or have had to play a bald character. But America's Next Top Model, remember the first black girl to win? What was the first thing she had to do in the first episode? Tyra Banks and then made her cut off her beautiful hair. And then she's like, what is my boyfriend gonna think, this, that? But she ended up winning. Gee, I wonder why. That's a satanic ritual for Hollywood. When you join Hollywood, or you do a satanic spell to join Hollywood because you're not already born into it. A lot of times, especially for black women, they will do the haircutting humiliation ritual, and there'll be a role where you will have to cut your hair bald, or you will have to go bald in one of your movie roles, and that will be your break into Hollywood. And that's a satanic ritual. And it's not just limited to Hollywood, but Hollywood is a place where it becomes obvious when they're so vain. Yet to be a black woman model, you have to be bald. You know, to be a black woman celebrity, you have to have short hair, masculine hairstyles, Halle Berry and Nia Long, and such things. So these are examples of what I mean when I say, aside from being a monk, most haircutting rituals are that are spiritual, are satanic, and are a form of destiny swapping. And that's what I wanted to really talk about with with this upload, about letting go and holding on, and when to let go and when to hold on. Because a lot of times, like I said, when when a hairstylist is convincing you to cut your hair, when there's workplace hostility and people are convincing you to quit or leave as if you don't belong at a job that you're good at and enjoy, when people are trying to sleep with you, you know what I'm saying, with no intention of marrying you, when or no intention of even dating you half the time. These things, when you participate in people demeaning you, um these are forms of destiny swapping, and this leads to destiny swapping that people want to do when they want to take your gifts, take your position, and different ways that they would want to do it. um Now, another thing I wanted to talk about is when it comes to romantic relationships and our personal relationships, like friendships, and stuff like that. Um, when the I remember about going a dog going back to its vomit that I talked about at the beginning of this upload. Um, when a when when you have a breakup, or when someone leaves you, and remember, and this is why I say, don't, when you have moved on from any situation, don't go back. Even if you do miss it, even if you regret leaving the job or the situation, don't go back. um because once something is sour, like I said, in life it's best to move on, and keep moving, and go on and move on to something better, and sometimes just let things sour, and just let things die, like Lance had said in the beginning. Sometimes you just got to let things die off, and rebuild and have rebirth. um so if you've left a relationship, instead of going back, think about why you left in the first place, because no relationship that's healthy is going to cause a breakup. Breakups happen when other people get involved in the relationship. That's not the two people, which means the number one reason for a breakup is cheating, and it is lack of commitment to the person you are with. And so when you find that somebody is not committed to you and they are still talking to other women, which is what most men are going to do, not most women, most men, but in general, when someone is still talking to other people, still dating other people, still flirting with other people, still giving other people time of day, still putting other people before you, or letting other people interfere with your relationship, when you see that that person's not serious about you because other people are still more important than them fully committing to loving you long term, because that's what makes them happy, don't go back to that. E- e- don't have a scarcity mindset to think that you can't find someone who you're as attracted to, who's just as funny, who has similar traits, but who also actually likes you and wants to be with you. Geek Slaughter, peace. Yeah, trust me, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Said they play too many games. Um, yes, snooze. Like, um, don't, when you leave a relationship, when you start to miss it, or you're still single, or you haven't found someone else, don't go back to somebody who caused you to leave them. If you were the problem, if you messed up, if you're trying to save your marriage, if you're trying to save your marriage for your children, if you messed up and you are ready as a man, because it's mostly men who fuck up, if you're ready to change as a man, that's different. It's different when you messed up, when you cheated, maybe you cheated one time, you had one incident, things weren't going bad, and you messed up and you realized, holy shit, my ego, this mistake that I made could actually cost me my entire family. And if you have kids that are younger than 10, or I would say even younger than 18 in some instances. But you know what I'm saying? I can see as a man you messing up, realizing that one bad decision could ruin the entire life that you built, and you go back and you apologize with the intention of changing your behavior and never doing it again. But other than a man saving his marriage and saving his household, meaning young kids who are relying on the parents to be adult enough to work it out. Because most of you hate your kids. You hate your kids. That's why you break up and you cheat or whatever and this and that. Because you're not adult enough to work it out for the kids. You don't like your kids. You hate them. Um, and I know, and you hate your kids because you hate the person you had them with, and that's why you're not working it out with the person you had your kids with, because you hate your kids, you hate that person, and a lot of you all hate yourself. That's the cycle that I see of people who have kids, don't like their kids, are single when they easily just be with the person they had kids with. Um, you said you gave up, love doesn't exist. You know, some women are powerful, some people are very powerful, and your ability to love is supernatural. And so that may be very, very true. For some people, you're not going to have love in human form. You may have admiration or adoration, but everybody does not have an equal, evenly yoked partner, and everyone does not find the person that's best for them in one particular lifetime. You know, it's very easy in a place like America where everyone's online instead of outside mingling to end up single and alone when you're 80. That's why it's important to get out environments that are ruled by social media and get into environments where people have community and they're not addicted to their phones. It's not going to be America unless you're off grid. And it's not really that safe to be off grid in America because that's where all the homeless and insane people have gone since they shut down all the shelters. So, in a relationship, this is why I say don't go back in general, because if you messed up, which means you're probably the man, but if you messed up in the relationship, you probably don't have any intent on changing those actions. You probably and if you took someone back or going back, you're probably going back with no intention to change the behavior. So it's better that you continue to cheat on someone else. You know what I'm saying? Or it's better that you move on with another cheater or another person who is frivolous about sex and relationships and just thinks people are disposable. It's better to move on to that than to try to go back to somebody who has enough dignity and respect to say this isn't working, because a relationship should be mutual. It shouldn't be somebody still feeling the need to talk to any and everybody when they have a perfectly good partner. So that's why I say, just like a job, whether you quit or got fired, you know, whether you left the relationship or somebody broke up with you, 9 times out of 10, there's no change behavior if you were the problem. So go find somebody else who has no respect for sex or emotions, and play, have loose frivolous sex with them, and then still talk to a stranger the next day at a bar and get someone else's number and potentially have sex with them and live your life that way. But keep your STDs away from people who have respect for the sanctity of sex. That's why I say just don't go back, because a lot of times, even if you do go back, you don't have change behavior. And this is why I tell people, especially women, don't take people back. Once an ex is an ex, don't take someone back. Why? Because the reason they're coming back is the person that they left you for. Because why is there a breakup to begin with? Because they wanted to play around with something new and shinier, which means they're narcissists. They can't focus on one thing. They have to corrupt everything that they see. They have to corrupt, they have to pluck every beautiful flower they see. They have to pluck it up and uproot it and kill it and take it away from its resources. You know what I'm saying? And conquer it. And you can't be in a relationship with somebody like that. And you don't want to be, you know, and so if they're coming back, it's because they realize the grass wasn't greener on the other side. And if they have to leave you, sleep with someone else, have their little fun, and then realize shit was better with the person I was already with, gee, let me come back. Don't take somebody back, because that type of cheating, that type of behavior, these are, like I said, these are emotional mental disorders. It is not normal for somebody to have a perfectly good partner and then still feel the need to get extra. It's a satanic form of greed. It's energy vampirism also. Because why do you need energy from so many people if you're not a vampire? So understand, anybody who needs to have sex with multiple people, who's not satisfied with one person that's good for them, they are a vampire, because it's not how humans behave. All right? Um it's only demonic. It's only demonic. Promiscuity is only demonic. And again, when it happens in a marriage, 9 times out of 10, there's a something happening in a bedroom. And most couples, if there's a problem in the bedroom, most couples will stay together and then include someone in for the purpose of sex mutually before they'll break up and divorce and be with someone else over some sex. Couples that love each other, they figure out how to make it work, and they will include someone else in the bedroom so they stay together. You know what I mean? And it'll all be mutual. But having a good relationship, and it's not normal to have good healthy sex with somebody and a good sexual chemistry and then to still be looking for sex outside. That's not normal. That is that is addiction to sex, which is a form of narcissism. Yeah. It, will get you used and abused. Exactly. And this is why I say, the reasons to stay in a relationship, reasons to stay, because you have children. It is better to stay and raise your children to go out into the world, bringing your baggage out into the world with people who make better decisions and corrupting them, you know, and trying to convince them you're gonna be with them when you got kids. Stay in a relationship and be with the person you don't like, because you created life with them and you're useless to anyone else except for them. But that should be a fucking given, but it's not. And the darker you are, the less that probably occurred to you. So I must reiterate that. um Another reason to stay in a relationship, um this is tricky. This is tricky, and I can't really, from pure experience, um vouch for this, but this would be my suggestion from what I see. um if the relationship is creating wealth, generational wealth, or financial stability, do not leave a relationship that is creating generational wealth, that is maintaining generational wealth, or maintaining or creating financial stability. um this goes for women a little bit more than men, because a man does not leave his wife typically, which means, you know what I'm saying, it's very rare for a man to take his resources from one woman and give them to another woman. But a lot of women divorce men who are paying for everything, who have taken her out of the workforce, who have made it where she doesn't have to work, who have made it where the kids can afford college. A lot of women will leave good men, and they're probably white because they're, you know, they're good and they're stable. A lot of women will leave their good husband, their good white husband, for some broke black dick. Um, just because she needs to find herself. You know what I'm saying, because her girlfriends convinced her to, because they were secretly sick of seeing her soft life, and so they convinced her that something was wrong with her marriage, and now she's single like her girlfriends, and one of them is probably sleeping with her ex-husband. That's how that goes. um you know, women love to leave good white men, you know what I'm saying. You know, I mean, did I mention finding her, you know, these 50-year-old women who just got to find themselves, you know what I'm saying? Because because having a white man take care of you just isn't enough. I just got to find myself. And they always find themselves underneath some black dude who's insecure enough to sleep with her, you know. So a lot of this goes more so for women, because it's very rare for men to dismantle his household, um for no good reason. But a lot of women will take herself out of a situation of financial stability and prosperity, because I just gotta find myself. Oh my God, you know, like I just gotta find myself. Having a husband and these kids, I just gotta find myself, you know. So ladies, don't leave wealth and stability because you gotta find yourself. If you want to fuck a black dude, do it like everyone else. Go on vacation to where all the young poor black dudes will stick their dick in white American women for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Go somewhere, do what you got to do. Keep your husband out of it. Don't try to make your husband jealous. He knows he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's been sleeping with brown women on his work trips since before y'all got married. He don't give a damn that you getting dicked down by some black dude. He probably couldn't wait till you got dicked down by some black dude so you could leave him the fuck alone so he can enjoy the pussy that he be enjoying. But please, for the love of God, you women, stop leaving good white men to go be broke with some black dude. You know what I'm saying? Stop that stupid shit. And if you, you know what I'm saying, if you it just in general, you know what I'm saying, ladies especially, but just in general, a good reason to stay in a relationship is financial stability. I'm not saying be abused. I'm not saying deal with, you know, a cheating partner that's bringing STDs back to you and everything. But for the most part, financial stability, generational wealth, and your kids being able to go to college it's a reason to stay. Um, Another reason to stay in a relationship, because you're getting older. Yes. Um I again cannot vouch for this, but I do think that a lot of social trends have made people do things that's unprecedented for young people and old people to do. And I think it's unprecedented for people to be together and all of a sudden decide that they want a divorce or they just want to go separate ways or whatever. A lot of that is social media. That's just not how people are when you've been together and you've been through so much, and now you're 80 and you're 85 and now you guys want to go your separate way and discover this and discover that. If you've been together and you guys have lived life together, I would say stay together, because there's nothing more priceless than when you are up in age, older than 70. There's nothing more priceless than having people who know you that are still alive. There are going to be people in this world your age who you can meet, But there's nothing more priceless than having people who know you, who grew up with you, who know who you are as a person still alive with you when you're older than 70, because a lot of people die and you can feel alone and isolated. And I think that being older and having grown with a person is a good reason to stay. And I think a lot of older couples can be influenced by the trends of thinking people are exposable, but I and expendable. But if you've been together for for 20 years, there's no reason for you to not just stay together. Give each other a hall pass or some shit, and stay together. But don't end relationships because your granddaughter got you watching TikTok, and now you want to try your luck with a millionaire when you're 80 years old, or you know what I'm saying, you want to go date a 20-year-old college student or whatever because you want to feel young again because you see fucking Al Pacino or Robert De Niro, who or no, Al Pacino like black women, but Robert De Niro's fucking ass or whoever, didn't he just have a baby with like an 18-year-old or something, and he's fucking 87? You know what I'm saying? So stop. So y'all, if you're a grandparent, get off of TikTok, take your grandkids to the park, teach them about life. But God forbid, don't be out here trying to do what celebrities do when they're 80. Celebrities aren't real people. Don't you dare do some stupid Hollywood celebrity shit when y'all have been together for more than 20 years, 50 years, and y'all 80. Quit that shit. Um, so I'm trying to think of other reasons to stay together besides the kids, um, growing older together, um, and money. um, so that's what those are pretty good reasons. I would say, um, and this is for couples. I'm saying this as a single woman for couples too. If you're thinking about leaving your partner or whatever, um, and you think there's something better for you, a good reason to stay with your partner and to not keep looking if there's some flaws going on is if your partner is healthy. Be careful about being with someone who is completely healthy and completely independent, and getting out here and getting with people who may have more money, but they're older and they're not healthy, they need accommodations. Be careful about getting out here in the dating world and meeting people who got some serious mental disorders, which is not being healthy. If your partner's healthy, meaning they don't have any mental disorders, they work out, they eat good, they eat clean, they take care of their body, they take care of their finances. If you have a partner that's truly independent and wants to be with you and you're on the fence about them for whatever reason, if they're perfectly healthy, and that includes mentally and emotionally, think twice about leaving them. You don't you don't want to get out here and look at someone else who looks good or who looks better, who maybe have a little more money, who may be a little bit funny or a little less boring, have a little more zest to them, and find out that they're broke, they're homeless, they got STDs, they have children by someone else, they have health complications. A lot of times mental disorders tend to lead to health complications. You got to understand this about people. A lot of people who are sick were started off being sick in the head because it's just human instinct to take care of yourself. So when you see a person stuffing their face getting obese, their parents didn't love them, and they probably have some type of mental disorder or obesity, or being overweight is basic depression. People deal with emotions usually in one or two ways. Either they stop eating or they overeat. You're one or the other. And so a lot of times you see someone who's just overweight, they probably are suffering from depression. And that's what depression can look like for about maybe half of people who get depressed. Maybe, who knows, maybe less than half. Um, but when someone has obesity and, when someone's broke, when someone's homeless, someone has children out of wedlock, when these are signs of mental disorders. These are signs that somebody something's wrong with the way they think, and there's some type of mental retardation, or there's some type of extreme ego, which could be narcissism, illusions of grandeur, or some form of demonic activity, causing a person to do something that's just not logical. So you got to understand, when you have somebody who's perfectly healthy and perfectly independent, you need to think twice about leaving that person and thinking that someone who looks better, has more money, or whatever might be a better fit for you, because a lot of people are out here covering and hiding some serious sicknesses. And some sicknesses aren't ones you can see. They're really mental sicknesses, and you don't want to get out here and fall in love with someone who's dicking you down, and they're crazy, and can't keep can't keep a house. They don't believe in carrying a cell phone, type shit. You know what I'm saying? These weird dudes out here. A lot of these. Oh, sorry. A lot of these. A lot of the ways that a lot of these the ways that a lot of people live will show you how mentally stable they are and how much they aren't. And so that's why I'm saying that would be another good reason to actually continue and stay in a relationship if your partner is perfectly healthy. um don't underestimate how good of a relationship you can have with someone simply because they are healthy and independent. Most people who are not independent, meaning they're not paying their own rent, they don't eat healthy, they don't look good because they're not healthy, because they don't take responsibility for their health. um they um they have kids out of wedlock. There's nothing more dependent than deciding that you want to start a family with somebody. That is a person who decided that they cannot be alone, they don't want to be alone, and the best thing in life is other people. Most independent people, we're not jumping up to start no fucking family with somebody. We have goals and things that we want to pursue, that we are fully aware that certain commitments and becoming a parent is going to hinder us from. But people who are not independent, they want to become parents. They want to be around other people all the time for the rest of their life. They probably don't like themselves that much. um there is an ego that comes with not wanting kids, and it is, I like myself, I'm enough, I enjoy me in my life, in my body, I enjoy my own company so much that I don't think my life would be better if I had a mini me. I think my life is just fucking dandy. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm so awesome that I want to spend the rest of my life being awesome instead of teaching someone else how to be awesome. That's not how parents think. They want to wipe up shit in their 20s, and they want to be soccer moms in their 30s, and they want to go to college graduations and other people's weddings and other people's graduations, and celebrate other people's success in their 40s. That's how parents think. The best thing about life is other people. When you don't want to be a parent, the best thing about your life is you and you being alive. And that's just people who want to be parents have a very different outlook than people who don't want kids. Because either the best thing about your life is you, or the best thing about life is everybody fucking else. Um, oh, congratulations. Oh, okay. I don't know, what is it, August? I know you're not a Virgo. Oh, well, getting close, huh? That's wonderful. And life is wonderful. Um, Now, Reasons to leave a romantic relationship. Any form of abuse. Any form of abuse. Sexual dissatisfaction that lasts more than 3 times is a form of abuse. Um, Ladies, especially, remember this. A man who loves you, he's going to figure it out. And he's going to make sure he figures it out because he wants to enjoy sex with you every time. And he understands that your pleasure is his pleasure. Ladies, if you are in a relationship and you are not being sexually satisfied, mark my words, it is intentional. Men are not dumb. Women are dumb. I don't know what this thing is. Women are very dumb. Men are not. Men are not dumb. That is the biggest gaslighting thing that The Simpsons and all these American TV shows like American Dad and uh that Love and Marriage, and all these shows that make the father, the white male father, incompetent, because that shit didn't work for black shows, because black men can't act dumb. You know what I'm saying? We got too much oppression to, because if a black man was really dumb, he'd be dead. Black men can't act dumb because you have to be smart to survive racism. But all these white men acting dumb in these shows, it really warped um manhood, because at the end of the day it gave men who are very highly intelligent permission to abuse women by um acting dumb, or what do they call it when a man acts like he don't know how to do nothing? Weaponized incompetence. Ha. The weaponized incompetence of the American man acting like men are dumb, or acting like he's dumb simply because he's a man and can't figure women out. Ladies, there's no such thing. There's no such. Have you seen a man play a video game? He can figure you out. Women got to be dumb to think men are dumb, because no one's dumber than a woman. Women do dumb, illogical things, and most inventors and chemists and doctors and things are men. It's not women. Most women are mothers breastfeeding. They're not out here trying to figure things out for the rest of society. They're popping out babies and cleaning up shit. That has not changed. You know what I'm saying? That has not really changed. Think about most women you know. Do most women you know, are they Wonder Woman? Are they the CEO of a company? Are they a doctor? Or are they the nurse? Are they the basketball player? Or are they the cheerleader? Are they the iron worker? Or are they the wife that's staying at home, throwing parties or whatever? You know what I'm saying? I'm asking y'all, think about most women you know. Are they lawyers? Or are they going to brunch with their girlfriends because they're married to a lawyer? Which one is it? Because most women I know are dumb as fuck. And most men I know can still sleep with them without marriage and have a baby by them. And most men I know have children out of wedlock by women who are dumb enough to give him the most precious things she could give him when he didn't give her anything. So which one is it? In my experience on planet Earth, women are very dumb and men are very smart. And so what I'm trying to say is the weaponized incompetence um, has got a lot of women genuinely believing that men don't know how to sexually satisfy you. And that's just not how a man operates. Men spend their teen years and their adolescent years playing with their dick and watching porn so they can figure out how your shit works. And if he's bad at it, it's probably because he was watching porn instead of practicing with other women like good looking guys do. If he's a good looking guy who was tall, dark, and handsome, whether he was gay or straight, he probably had a lot of practice with girls in high school with different bases, so he figured it out. But if a man was not good looking, or he came from a sheltered household where his parents had mental issues and they didn't let him grow up normally, like a lot of these crazy religious psychotic parents do. You don't let your children grow up normally, and so even though they look good, they're still sheltered. If he was unattractive or too sheltered, then he probably watched a lot of porn, which means he's probably bad at sex because he was watching porn instead of learning from actual women. Either way, ladies, mark my words. Bad sex more than 3 times in a row is abuse. You've been warned. You heard it here. And mind you, I turned 40 this year. When I was in high school, meaning when I was 15, nowhere near close to having had sex yet. I was a sophomore in high school, and for my oral speech class, I wrote a speech about the importance of getting cunnilingus to a woman for her sexual satisfaction. Because growing up in the 90s and the early 2000s, when I graduated high school, it was all about a woman giving a man head, thanks to 90s hip hop. So being one out of 5 black kids in the entire school, my brother being another one of them, in the school of over 5,000 students, or at least a school of at least like 2,000 students. Um, I, I gave a speech about that in when I was 15. When I was when I was 13 and graduating junior high, I wrote a paper on female genital mutilation in Africa and India. And my junior high school teacher, she didn't want to read it and grade it because the subject was too gruesome for her white ass. So you guys, when I tell you I'm Black High Priestess, this is why I warn you, especially you black women who have this thing of you want to get into spirituality because you feel like it's easily accessible for black women when you should get out here making something of yourself, is because being Black High Priestess is not some fucking gimmick. You're dealing with an incredibly intelligent woman who has a lot of experiences, and I don't have all the resources to make myself go viral overnight. There's a lot of conspiracies against me. My beauty and my intelligence are equal, and so this is why I want to teach these things on a spiritual level, because I'm teaching these things on that spiritual level that will give people, particularly my people, black people, especially black women, the tools you need from a real bloodborne witch to break the curse over black people and to break the extreme curse over black women to not have our men protecting and providing for us. So you got to understand the agenda. And so I want women to understand this when I'm telling you this. You're talking to a woman who has a spiritual, sexual expertise. If you are having bad sex with your partner more than 3 times in a row, he is weaponizing incompetence. He is withholding your pleasure on purpose. Now, that is a reason to leave a relationship, especially if you're a woman. Because a man, his sexual satisfaction will come whether he's enjoying it or not. But you as a woman, if you are constantly deprived of sexual gratification every time you do sex, you're going to be unhealthy. It'll cause you to go crazy. And the worst thing that it's going to cause you to cheat. And when you do cheat, to get what every human needs and deserves, which is orgasm, when you do go cheat on him, then he's going to start abusing you even more and trying to give you a guilt trip, knowing he caused you to cheat because he refused to satisfy you sexually. And I'm going to warn you, ladies, there's only 2 types of men who do not enjoy giving his woman and a woman oral sex. It is a man who is homosexual, who is turned off or simply not turned on by female sex organs. All right. So mark my words, ladies. If he does not enjoy giving you oral sex, or for whatever reason does not want to do that, 9 times out of 10, he's gay. One time out of 10, he probably came from a hyper religious family or society that hates women. He probably is, if he's not gay, he just comes from a religion that taught him to hate women. So in Africa and India, where they hate women, you know what I'm saying, they hate girls and women, and they cut their clitoris off because they don't believe a woman deserves any form of power, and sexual pleasure empowers a woman. So ladies, if you are ever in a relationship where you're not getting the empowerment that a man gets from orgasm, you're being abused, and it is intentional. And he may be gay, but more likely he's just he's an abusive man who wants to control you. And there are men like that who enjoy abusing the woman, who enjoy abusing things. And a lot of men, people who enjoy men who enjoy hurting you like that, he probably enjoys hurting animals. He probably enjoys hurting little kids. He probably enjoys taking away power from things in general. It's like I said, when a rape is not about sex, it's about power. So when a man is taking away your sexual pleasure on purpose, that's a form of raping you, too. It's a form of rape to withhold sexual satisfaction, clitoral stimulation from the woman that you're having sex with. And ladies, men will do that to abuse you. And if he's abusing you, he has an abusive characteristic trait. And you need to get out of that relationship. Men, if you're in a relationship, you know what I'm saying, and you're not getting sexual satisfaction, again, sexual pleasure, you need to cut the money off, you know, because you're probably giving her money. You know, if you're in a relationship and you're not getting sex, she's probably waiting to see how much more money she can get out of you before she has sex with you. Because fellas, if you're in a relationship with a woman and you're not having sex with her, and you're doing boyfriend duties and you're not having sex with her, she does not like you. She likes what you do for her. Mark my words. Because a woman who likes you, you're not going to have to pay for anything to have sex with her. When a woman's ready to have sex, she sees a man that she likes and admires and trusts and respects. It's not going to take a lot of convincing. She's already convinced herself that she's going to do that with him. It takes a woman a lot. Not a slut, not a whore, not Jezebel, a woman. It takes a woman, especially a sacred feminine woman, to decide to give her body to a man. It takes a lot for a woman to decide to do that, because she's taking all the risk and he will get all of the reward. So, you know, when you're dealing with a man who don't want to satisfy you, ladies, get out of that relationship. 3 times, 3 strikes and you're out. I want my audience to listen. Men, if you're listening, if you're a man, I didn't have to tell you this. You know you like to eat pussy. You know how much better the sex is when you give a woman clitoral stimulation. And you know that you enjoy seeing the woman that you are in love with, or the woman that you enjoy having sex with. You know the best thing about it is seeing her get off. You know, so if you're a man and you just want to get in and get out of there or whatever, and you don't really like her and you're treating her like a rag doll, like a sex doll or whatever, you got some issues. And if you don't like women, then you don't like women, but stop using women like sex dolls if you don't like them. Suck a man's dick if you prefer and enjoy doing that. Because ladies, you know, there's men out here who will get a boner from doing martial arts and fighting with another man and doing capoeira and doing a wrestling match or whatever. He'll get a boner from fighting with another man, but then in the bedroom, he'll act like he don't know where your clit is. He can hit all the pressure points to defeat his opponent, but in the bedroom he can't find your clitoris. And he licking all around it like he don't know what the fuck he doing. So you gotta watch out for this undercover homosexual behavior. Some guys don't even know they're gay. You know, they don't even know they're gay yet because they may be sheltered. They may just not have had sex with a man yet to know that he's just having sex. But ladies, mark my words, a man being bad in bed, that's a huge red flag in a lot of ways. Because if you have communicated to a man that you're not sexually satisfied, which should happen the first time. Second time, maybe just to see. Sometimes if you have sex with a guy the first time, if he hasn't had it in a while, he may come too quickly. And ladies, let me tell you something about a man coming too quickly. Like I said, three strikes you're out. But if you're having sex for the first time, or you guys are still getting to know each other and he came too quickly, that's a better sign than not. If he's knows what he's doing, he's having sex with other women. If he came a little too quickly, that's a good sign that it's been a while, which means he's not promiscuous. Now, you sleeping with a dude who comes too quickly and he's not, you guys aren't committed yet, and he's like one of these nerdy, dorky guys who watches porn and he comes too quickly, you might never hear from him again because that's probably all he wanted. He wanted to see if you was going to be the one to give him sex because he can't get sex from women who know their worth because he's worthless. But if you are really dating, you're in a relationship with a guy, you guys are finally gone to the next level or whatever, and it ends a little too quickly or whatever, that's more often a good sign that he's not out here sleeping with any and everyone than it is like, can it be frustrating? I'm sure it can be, but I want you to be more flattered by that than anything. Ladies, I don't want you to get super crazy frustrated if a guy comes quickly. Most men, most men, black or white, can go twice. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not right in a row, but like within the hour. So I'm not telling you women how to feel, whatever. What I'm saying is, so if he takes long, he's sleeping around. If a man takes long to come, he probably has a big dick because men with larger penises take longer to come. And if he takes a while to come, he may, it doesn't mean he's sleeping around, but it could be a sign that he has had a lot of practice, and it could be a sign that there has been times where a woman that he did love taught him how to last, there could be at some point where a woman taught him to last. Men can be very sensitive when it comes to mistakes. So if a man came too quick and he dissatisfied a woman and she told him about it and he was ashamed of it, there's a very strong possibility that he made sure he never did that again. But that's a real man. Most men aren't real men. Most men don't even like women. So it's very rare that a man actually cares about you and your pleasure. But if he's taken too long to come, he could be practicing. He could genuinely be withholding his nut until he believes that you came. And if he doesn't have some type of inclination or symbol or sign that you've ejaculated already, he may just be ramming it, waiting for you, waiting for that climax that he feels you may have. He may be waiting for a vocal inflection from you or something like that. Another thing with a guy, like if he's taken too long, he may be drunk or on some type of medication, because a man will take longer if he's numb down there. Alcohol will numb a man. Certain medications can cause him to feel numbness and I will say I will say this. Some men have a lot on their mind and they're losing focus. And so they're in there, but they're not focusing on getting their mind straight a little bit. So now they gotta get back into it again. And so now they gotta start, and then they may have another thought. So now they gotta get back into it again. And it may feel like he's taken long, but he might just not be as focused as he needs to be on the sex. And that, sometimes men have too much on their mind, and it is very common for a man to use sex as stress relief, meaning it may not be about his pleasure or yours. He just may need something to ram because he's relieving his stress. And honestly, ladies, that's the best type of man you can have, a man who uses sex as a form of stress relief. However, these men tend to cheat. Men who need to relieve stress through sex probably have a roll call of women because they can't risk one woman saying no if sex for him is a form of exercise and a workout. But for some men, sex is a workout and it's a form of stress relief. And so it's not about coming and climaxing, it's about the actual exercise of it. Um, you know, um, and again, if he got a big dick, it's gonna take him longer to come. It just is. It's very rare for a man with a larger penis to come very quickly, because he's got more to work and to thrust. And I'm not a man, but ladies, try acting like a man. Like, just try it on your pillow or something. It's like I don't want that smoke. I'd rather lay there with my legs open any fucking day, than to do all of that half of the time. I mean, I don't mind getting on top, but half of the time I don't be feeling like doing that much work. But when you want to have sex, you want to have sex. When you satisfy your partner, you're doing it. But at the end of the day, um, some men really be working it out. Another reason why a man may take too long to come. Um, Another reason is some some men, again, if a man is used to doing it without a condom, it may feel unnatural, or he may lose sensitivity with like a condom on, and it may take longer sometimes with certain things like that. You know, there's always there's always interference that can interfere with stimulation. But it's better too much than not enough. You definitely want to, but all I'm saying is, like, if a guy comes too quickly, ladies, pick your battles. I would rather you break up with him because he's not giving you head, and not giving you head that leads to orgasm, and not learning how to do it properly. And it's not just about head. He should be giving you all the stimulation you need. If your erogenous zone is your neck, you need to communicate with that. If you want your breasts or your nipples played with a certain way, or you like your ass slapped or whatever, your toes, you need to communicate what gets you off with your man, to give him an opportunity to do that before you say that he's bad at sex. You have to communicate. Men, same thing. Men, you have to communicate. Stop expecting your woman to act like a porn star when you haven't told her, hey, I like a Playboy bunny outfit. Hey, I like a little cheerleader outfit. Hey, I like the cornrows, or I like the ponytail or the pigtails. You know what I'm saying? If you're not communicating with your woman, and one thing you men love to fucking do, you love to pick a woman out in public and be like, oh, I like what she's wearing. Like, you know what I'm saying? I want to let y'all know, man. All of us women are not modeling for your wife and your girlfriend. We're not all here to sexually stimulate you in the bedroom. So be careful. Stop telling your wives and your girlfriends to look like women who are sexy and single. It's offensive. Either you want a woman who looks like us by choosing a woman who looks like us, or you want your wife. You know, but at the end of the day, everyone has to communicate what your preferences are so you can give your partner a chance. But ladies, I'd rather you break up with him because he's not giving you head than breaking up with him because he came too quick um the first time, or this, or whatever. But rule of thumb, and this mostly goes for women but for men too: 3 strikes you're out. If the sex is bad 3 times a row after you've communicated the first time that things need to change, leave that relationship and don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back unless you're like Shira 7 or somebody who doesn't need sexual satisfaction because the only thing that gets you off is money. But if you are a regular woman who requires sexual satisfaction to keep a healthy relationship and to keep you in love with your partner, 3 strikes you're out. Men, that goes for you too. Men, that goes for you too. I don't know why you men stay with bad women who are not good, who aren't good at anything, who aren't good for you, who don't do nothing, don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? And you just stay. You know what I'm saying? You just stay for easy access to somebody. You know, too many of you men don't realize you can break up with the woman that you're with and you can go out into the world and ask a prettier woman out on a date. You can go out into the world and ask someone who's prettier, who's more educated. You can ask a better woman than the one you have out on a date. Fellas, I'm not talking about cheating on your girlfriend. I'm saying if you are not satisfied with someone you're dating, you can break up with her and go out into the world and find an upgrade. You men don't get that. You stay with the ugliest women. You stay with the most worthless women. And it all it does is tell the world that you have low self-esteem. And I want you men to know you have grown up drinking soy, drinking artificial food. A lot of you men don't have any testosterone. And all you have to do is just drink a protein shake, get a gym membership, and take advice from men who have muscles. And stop hanging around men who don't have muscles. Because to be a man to look and say, hey, I'm scrawny, but that's okay, I'll just act like I'm gay. No, what men did when they were young and looked young, what they did was they would drink protein shakes and peanut butter powder and shit. So when they worked out, their muscles would bulk up at twice the speed that it would have normally. Men didn't stay skinny and scrawny till they were 40, 50, and 60. They bulked up as teenagers. And they did it on for protein powders and shakes and drinks and supplements. They didn't even have to use the injections that some of these wrestlers and athletes use. So I don't know. So the new generation, you guys don't understand, as men, you don't have to stay skinny looking like a female and then just decide to be gay because you don't know how to hang out with men with muscles. Go find friends with muscles. Men, modern men, spend all that money that you spend on your sports betting and your Big Mac with extra cheese or whatever, super size. Take all that money that you spend on that and get you a $20 to $50 gym membership. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how good you want your life to go from here on out, and or more, and start to and get you a personal trainer for the first 3 months. So take all the money you spend on video games, and all that money that you lose on betting every day, and take that $3,000 and get a expensive gym membership and get a personal trainer for 3 months. So you men can be confident enough in how you look to where you don't have to get with a woman who looks and acts like a man. And that's free game. Some of y'all men don't know how, you don't even know how to start to even look like a man. And that's why you date ugly women. Now, like I said, I did a whole poem on handsome, masculine-looking men who date ugly women. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them are retarded. They're mentally retarded. But a lot of you men, you skinny men, you guys are some of the smartest guys on the planet. You skinny, scrawny-looking dudes, y'all are smart and some of the most talented men. But you guys look like women, and you're not doing anything about it. and you didn't find that looking skinny, you didn't have a problem with looking scrawny when you were 15. You didn't have a problem looking scrawny when you were 18. You didn't have a problem looking scrawny, and now you're 27, 37, going on 50, and you look like you got fucking AIDS. And you are okay with looking like that. So, and that's why you date ugly women. That's why you date overweight women. That's why you guys do that, because you don't have guy friends who have muscles to show you how to live with testosterone in your body. So you go look for women who have all this testosterone. I know you do, because you go with the woman who comes at you instead of you going toward a beautiful woman who tickles your fancy and asking her what her name is and if she's single and whether you can take her out on a Saturday night, or better yet, a Tuesday morning. Thank you, Justin. And that's why you guys date women who are testosterone driven and who come at you instead of you going to pursue the woman that you want and desire with confidence. It's because you don't have any muscles. It's because you don't have any muscles. Another reason to leave a relationship, if you're thinking of another reason, so that was, just to recap that was about sexual satisfaction, and that was for the ladies mostly. But for men too, and I can't reiterate that enough. For men, if you're not sexually satisfied, if you're not happy with the woman you're with, if things aren't going the way you want, if she's not meeting the standards that you and your parents set for you, you know what I'm saying? Break up with her and move on. You know, break up and move on. But don't stay in relationships where you guys are not sexually and just in general satisfied with your partner. Another abuse, sexual dissatisfaction, another reason to leave a relationship. When parents and in-laws or anybody else has too much pull in the relationship. When your partner is giving outside people more respect than you. When your partner is giving outside people more authority over your relationship than you. So I would say never date somebody with kids unless the children are adults and out of your face and out of their parents' bank account. So if the children are not already in college and graduating and got their own business and got their own money, don't date somebody with kids. If you want to have a good loving relationship and if you want to be loved properly, don't date somebody who has children unless their children are fully adults and don't need to know you. You know what I mean? And don't and are not and don't need their parents' money for anything. Because when you date someone with kids, you're automatically gonna come second to not only the child, you're gonna come second to the co-parent and possibly the co-parent's parent, who's the grandparent to the child that you're now step parenting. And the child probably doesn't like you because you're not the parent. So, don't, if you're in a relationship and you don't have the ultimate say so with your partner, that's a good reason to leave that relationship. If his or her mama can interfere, if his or her daddy can tell them what to do and they're listening to their parents instead of listening to you, that's not good and that's not going to last. Stay away from people who are married to their parents. Stay away from people who whose parents disrespect them and talk down on them. And this is going to happen more so with women, with mothers. Ladies, if you're dating a man, and it's mostly going to be black men because I've never heard a white mother disrespect her white son. I've heard white mothers coddle their son and be too forgiving and too soft with their son, but I don't really hear white women disrespecting their sons and calling their sons out of their name and telling their sons that they ain't shit or whatever. Most white women have a man in the household or have a husband to discipline the son if he needs it. But a lot of black women are very disrespectful to their sons, even as adults. A lot of black women talk to their grown sons. Their son could be 50 years old and she'll talk to him like he's some stupid little boy, or she'll talk to him like he owes her something. Stay away from black men who are married to their mother, because I know there are black men who are pushing 70 living with their mother now, talking about, yeah, this year I want to move out and get my own house. They're 70, and they're just now figuring out at age 70 that they need their own space from their mother. I'm warning you, ladies, a black man who is living with his mother or has a mother that disrespects him, he's null and void. A lot of these women raise their sons, their black sons, and they raise them, they program them, and they train them to be their personal slave, their personal slave. So if you stay away from black men, ladies, who are their mother's personal assistants. Fellas, stay away from um, girls, especially black girls, because in the black community it's a little different. You know what I'm saying? White people tend to have a little more discipline and self-respect. But fellas, stay away from these black girls whose fathers be thugging, whose brothers be thugging, who all the men in their family be thugging, and who anything you do, the whole gang gonna come at you and rob you. Okay? Um you said they cast them in their image. Um what you mean by that, David Salyers? Um Oh, how the mothers do. But yeah, but for fellas, especially if you dealing with, sisters in the hood and stuff, fellas, be careful of girls who have too much fatherly and brotherly protection. Now, I'm not talking about just I'm not saying don't date a girl who has a father and a brother. You want a girl to know her worth. You want a girl who has had men in her life to teach her and to have her head on straight. You don't want to do, you know what I'm saying? But be careful of these girls who come from these thuggin' families where the men are hotheads and you know what I'm saying, where you may be risking your life and your livelihood dealing with a chick who all she has to do is cry wolf to her brother or her daddy, or these hothead black men who are looking for a reason to be violent with another black man, because they're not gonna be violent with a white dude. If you were white, they're not gonna touch you. They just got to prove their manhood against other slave descendants. So yeah, they cast them in their image. Yeah, so it's like, so brothers, be careful of thugging girls who got thugging male family members who have anger issues. Um and you know, ladies, be careful of dating. Don't date a black man who is raised by any of these Hebrew Israelites, any of these Muslims, any of this black shit that's not really the religion, but it's just some black man shit, and all the stuff that they're taught, because the first thing they're taught to is to degrade women, to degrade black women, and to collect multiple black women as wives. The first thing that they are taught is because they're a man that they deserve multiple women. So stay away from any black man who was raised Hebrew Israelite, Muslim, or um is into any form of Gnosticism. Any form of Gnosticism. Black women, stay away from these false spiritual black men who were raised and groomed by false spiritual black men. They are pimps under the guise of being holy. So be careful, ladies, of black men who are raised by other black men who are Hebrew Israelite, Muslim, or any form of Gnosticism. And you will know it by the type of tattoos that they have. They all got tattoos. And you know why? Because these mentalities come from prison. They don't come from the actual religious structure. They come from black men who used to be in jail. That's where a lot of these pseudo religions that you know, these pseudo religions that black men have taken over and as a way to degrade black women into polygamy. So sisters, if a black man has a black male role model that was Hebrew Israelite or Muslim or Gnostic, or that simply believes in polygamy at all, you get as far as you can and block them, because they'll flood your inbox and they'll have other friends flooding your inbox, and they'll start gang stalking, and they come in droves. Get rid of them and all their energy, and you cut ties to any black Hebrew Israelite shit. And I mean that from the bottom of my spiritual heart. You stay the fuck away from these black men. They are the main ones we're talking about when we talk about how inferior the black man is. We're mainly talking about these false Hebrew Israelite brothers, you know, type shit. And last thing for fellas, you stay away from a sister who's got who has a mother that I'm gonna say this, and I don't care that it applies to me and to a lot of women, but I mean that, and I'm protecting you black men when I'm saying this. You stay away from black women who have single mothers. Stay away from black women who have single mothers that allowed their daughter to have a baby out of wedlock. This is what I mean. If you stay away from a black woman who had a child out of wedlock and lives with her mother. Bad combination. Her mother kept her a crab in a bucket, and her mother is probably the reason she ended up pregnant instead of graduating college or going to college or pursuing a goal other than motherhood. You stay away from black women whose mothers have a misery loves company attitude, whose mothers get down on their daughters, abuse their daughters, don't encourage their daughters to get out of the hood, who let their daughters get pregnant and get stuck, and then they raise the children, this and that. Careful, fellas. You date a woman, you make sure she has some type of masculine structure going on. Be careful of being the first masculine structure that a black woman from the hood has ever had. Because if she's not really actually a teenager or 22 at most or whatever, she might be a nightmare to you. And while she may be easy for you in a lot of ways, and while a little money and maybe like a bottle of wine that costs more than $9 may impress her, it's gonna be a headache to you when you want real womanhood from a woman who was not taught how to respect a black man. So I want you to be warned, brothers. Pay attention to a woman's mother and the type of relationship she has with her mother, and whether or not she lives with her mother. If a woman is over 20, age of 25, and she's still living with her mother, she's probably got a toxic mother um who wanted to sabotage her, because mothers that love their daughters don't keep their daughters up in the house, this and that, and they don't send their daughters off to the wolves where they end up right back living with them because they didn't really have enough training to know how to be independent. A lot of women, a lot of black mothers do this to their daughters. They'll kick us out the house because we're girls, and they never let us do anything but study. And then what happens is we get out into the world and we're having fun and we're doing all these things that we should have been able to do in childhood, but our mothers didn't let us do it because we were girls, and she didn't want to see us happy as children. She wanted us to have a hard life as children because black mothers don't like to see their black daughters happy a lot of times. And so be careful of black girls who have black mothers that don't like their daughters and that sabotage their daughter's life. And she, a way to tell is if she's living with her mom. Because a lot of times the mother, she'll throw her daughter out there, kick her daughter out. The daughter doesn't have any real world experience being alone because her mother sheltered her, wouldn't let her date, wouldn't let her do anything that other kids got to do because their mothers weren't abusing them. And then she ends up back at home because she's had her heart broken by a few guys because she didn't know how to date because her mother didn't let her. So now she's had her heart broken. She might be pregnant. You know what I'm saying? She probably got with some girlfriends who didn't really like her and were jealous of her too because her mother didn't let her do anything. So she didn't learn about jealousy at a young age. She couldn't do anything. And she ended up back with her mother, sometimes with a baby, more often than not with a baby if she looks good. If she's ugly, she might not have a baby. But if she's beautiful, she probably back with her mother and a baby. You know what I'm saying? And then then the mother can control her by the son and make her daughter feel like she ain't shit because she knew what would happen. She went out, she got pregnant, she had no experience. Now she's back with the mom. You know what I'm saying? And the mom still is going to charge the daughter to live there. So fellas, while these type of black girls and black girls like me, while we need the most love from men, um when a black girl has a toxic mother that don't really like her, and has gone out of her way for her daughter to fail, and she's living with her mom, you don't want to date a black woman who doesn't know herself yet and is not aware of who likes her and who doesn't. You don't want to date a black woman who has a toxic mother who never taught her daughter how to relate to men and how to respect men. And Sasha Marie, this is not easy for me to say because I'm talking about myself and my own experiences, but I have to say it as Black High Priestess because I know this applies to probably more black women than not. The black women are not widely single because black men don't like us, black men won't date us, black men won't marry us. We're widely single because our mothers intentionally sabotaged our ability to relate to black men because she hated black men so much. She hated our father so much. She was so bitter. And when you have a toxic black mother, that hinders your ability to relate to men. And the difference between a black woman that's married to a black man who protects and provides for her and a black woman that's still single in her 50s, 9 times out of 10, it's how your mother raised you. It's whether your mother had a healthy relationship with a man to show you how to have a healthy relationship with a man, whether your mother allowed you to have a childhood, or whether she sheltered you to where you had to spend 20 years getting your heart broken because you never learned how to be in a relationship with a man. And if you have a mother that is abusing you, you're going to get in abusive relationships with men because you're going to learn that, oh, well, my mother abuses me, but she's letting me stay here, so she must love me. Because that's what your black mother is going to, that's what the black mothers teach the daughters that they abuse, fellas. You know what I'm saying? I know some of you fellas don't know this because you love your daughters and you check on your daughters. You know what I'm saying? But my dad loved me and checked on me, and he still had to tell my mom to stop putting her hands on me because it was such a consistent thing that my mother would fight me that my father had to intervene and tell her, stop putting your hands on my daughter. That's how much my mother would fight me when I was young. And you gotta understand, most black mothers are like that. When you come from poverty and you have a baby by a black man who didn't marry you and all this, that most black mothers take they take it out on the children. And they never, and these black mothers, they never become lawyers. You guys know black women right now, they have babies. Some of them had 3 kids and they became a lawyer. They became a nurse. They got certified in whatever they want. They didn't let them have kids stop them. But then you got those black mothers who pressure their daughters to do everything that they aren't doing while they're sitting around getting fat, getting ugly, getting talked to any which way by the white bosses at their job. You know what I'm saying? And then they teach us their daughters, you have to do this, you have to do that. But the mother's not setting an example. She's going to a minimum wage job, or she's getting money from the government. She's being an asshole. She's not working on her character. So a black daughter has to go out into the world, figure out how to be great, how to be educated, how to not get pregnant. And you know what I'm saying? And you can't know how to date and know how to say no to bad black men and good to yes to good black men when your mother hated you and taught you everything toxic, and now you're just trying to figure out where you belong in life because your mother probably ignored all the trauma you were going through when you were dealing with racism in the world, and she probably didn't help you navigate what it's like being a black girl, let alone a dark-skinned one. She was probably narcissistic, and I can go on and on about this shit, but I know that I'm speaking for most black women, a lot of black women, most black women who are not really understanding and open about the reality of why a lot of us are single. And it's not all because there's no black men. It's because a lot of us were abused by our mothers, by our parents. And when you come from an abusive household, you don't have relationships the same. You end up in abusive relationships. And that's a cycle. But when you have a mother that encourages you to do what you want to do, not to go to college so she can brag. You like, we need a separate video on this, right? Because I could talk about an hour about black mothers who hate their daughters. But I wanted to warn black men when it comes to, like I said, the whole point in this maybe 20 minutes ago was talking about when it's good to relieve a relationship, which is when someone else, when your partner puts other people before you. And a lot of times, black men, if you deal with a black girl who comes from a household where her mother just did not like her, you know, if a black girl had a mother that likes her because she's successful now and she's probably in a healthy relationship with someone who likes her. And you know when a black girl had a mom that didn't like her because she's probably gone through a string of men who didn't like her either. And that's why a lot of us end up single. Because we learned from our parents how to love people that hated us. We learned from our parents that it's okay to get in a relationship and love somebody that does not like you, does not provide for you, does not want your best interest, because that's how our mothers treated us. And that is why a lot of black women end up single, because you had mothers that didn't like you and fathers that left you for dead with a mother that didn't like you. And most black women who are in relationships is because their parents were intelligent individuals who knew how to have a healthy relationship with the opposite sex of their same fucking race. So, fellas, like I said, while we are some of the women that need love the most, you gotta understand that, for a woman to really work on her sacred femininity, she's gonna have to get away from her toxic mother. And a lot of these black girls living with their mama, with their baby, living, a lot of sisters living with their same mother that was kind of toxic and whatever. She may not be really mature and really ready to submit to a man's authority. She may not be ready, and she may not understand how to let a man lead. Because you get these mothers that are bitter, and they teach their daughters hyper independence, and being in a safe space with a man can be scary for a woman who has always had her own shit. It can be very scary for a woman who has her own, or who had a baby by a man that she trusted and relied on and he left her. It's not easy for a woman who's been left and who's been abused to drop what she's doing and move in and let a man take the lead in her life. So I'm talking to men who have intentions to marry. Don't, be, and this goes for everyone. Like I said, with everyone, be careful of dating somebody who has a toxic relationship with their parents. The people who have unhealthy relationships with their parents think like children. I trust me. 50-year-old men still, paying their mom's rent, getting haircuts so they can look good for their mom's birthday. Got kids by the women, 50-year-old, not married, but getting a haircut to look good for his mama. Still ain't paid his girlfriend's rent, but got his mom's hair done. But the woman he's having sex with, you didn't, or who wants to have sex with, you didn't pay her rent yet. You can get her hair done yet. And your mother calls you out of your name, talks down on you and everything, and you buying your mama's stuff and getting a haircut so you can look good on your mama's birthday. That's incestuous. And you got to understand that. And brothers, you got to understand, a lot of black men in the hood, they have incestuous relationships with their daughter. You get these black girls who have this princess complex because their fathers treated them like a wife instead of like a daughter, like a little girl. And like I said, be careful of these thugging ass black dudes, because they'll be careful of these black parents who make their children into adults at such a young age. A lot of black mothers, they will treat their sons like their husband at a young age, and he'll grow up believing that his mother is his only priority in life, not a wife and children. And these black girls, they grow up believing the world revolves around them. They have no understanding of there being a consequence to their action, especially actions toward men, because daddy or brother will defend them every time they go out and they do something criminal or they do something unruly and disrespectful to manhood. Doesn't matter if they're wrong, daddy or brother will defend me, and so she's this big bad bitch who believes the world revolves around her and believes that every man she encounters should buy everything for her, do everything for her, and think that she's the best thing in the world because her father treated her like a wife instead of a daughter who needed discipline and good grades. You guys stay away from black people who have toxic parents. That is an excellent reason to leave a relationship, and it's probably the main reason why a lot of divorces happen next to cheating. It's in-laws. Cheating, in-laws, and money are why a lot of relationships break up. And I want to say this too, and then it's 3 hours now, but I never think I'm going to be talking this long. But the last thing about when to leave a relationship, when the feelings are not mutual, and I would say because you can look up and realize your feelings aren't mutual and be with someone for like 5 years. And what I mean by relationship, I'm not necessarily talking about fully committed relationships or marriages. I'm talking about even with dating, even with having a fuck buddy, even with, just even just like having a friend or someone that you're consistently dating, or if you are seeing someone with kids and your relationship is not committed because they got kids or whatever, which is most. What I'm saying is for the confusing relationships, as especially that are not exclusive to, When the feelings aren't mutual, meaning when one person wants commitment and the other person is still playing games. When one person wants to talk about marriage and the other person can only talk about, well, I got kids and I don't have no money and when my job and I want to, so when the feelings are not mutual, when you don't feel the same way, when if you want more than what your partner wants, just don't. And I would honestly say, just from my experience, don't wait more than a year and a half, 18 months. And I would say start to look at things in terms of months, because when you think about weeks and you're dating and you set a standard for, okay, I want to see my partner at least once a week, which I think is reasonable. Or if you say I want to spend weekends with my partner or whatever, when you start to look at things in weeks, you'll realize that if you have a relationship with someone, any type of relationship with someone, or if you've ever slept with somebody, 1 week is too long to go without talking or seeing or communicating with someone that you've slept with or someone that you want to. So, yeah, and this is what will happen, Sasha Marie, especially with black people, you know what I'm saying? And coming from poverty and coming from the things that we deal with in our communities, it's very common for black women to be put into situationships with men who are not serious about you. And the better you look, the less likely you're going to end up married. And I don't know how. I'm going to say this every time I go live, and I'm especially to black women too, because the better you look as a black woman, the less likely he will marry you and the more likely he will want to sleep with you just because you look good. Men hate beautiful women. They hate the power we have from how we look. They want to tear us down. And I can't say that enough. If you're beautiful and you're black, they will try it. They will put you in. Men don't like beauty on women. It bothers them. They want to sleep with you. They want to degrade you. They want to demean you. And so the better you look, the more likely you are to be in a situationship. The uglier you are, the quicker you will settle down with a boyfriend. That's just how it is. That is just how it is. So if you are a beautiful woman, understand ugly women, men settle down with ugly women. Men feel castrated by your beauty. So he wants to take it from you. And the best way he can take it from you is by rejecting you before you reject him. And the best way to reject you is to sleep with you and then act like it was nothing, because he doesn't want the world to know that he's head over heels in love with the beautiful woman. He's taught to degrade you. If you were white, that would not be so. But when you're beautiful and you're black, everyone hates you if you're a woman. If you're a man, a few men will hate you. But if you're a beautiful black woman, everyone, other black women, black men, white men, white women, God, everyone hates you when you're a beautiful black woman. Satan, Jezebel, everybody hates you when you're a beautiful black woman. And I need you, my witches, to know the truth. All right? So, when don't ever wait more than a year and a half to get a commitment from somebody. And that's for men too. And for men, I would say maybe even sooner. Because a woman, um if a woman doesn't like you, she's not gonna really waste a lot of time on you. Yeah, and a year and a half is still a long time, but I say a year and a half because a year you're still kind of, you can still be kind of getting to know someone, but after a year you should know enough about your partner and what being in a relationship with them is like to know whether or not you want marriage with them or not. I would say another half a year to see do things lead to marriage after a year of dating or getting to know each other. But after a year and a half, if you guys aren't mutually deciding we're just going to stay fuck buddies, we're going to co-parent, we're going to get married, or we want marriage and we want to share our life together. If you guys can't make a mutual decision about how the relationship will mutually go and you guys agree to it, then you need to move on. Because if you're a lady, a guy will sleep with you and string you on for the rest of your life, even after he marries the white woman that he is probably going to end up marrying, while he's telling you he's not going to get married or doesn't want marriage or is too broke to get married, or oh my kids, oh my god, I got kids, I can't marry you, I gotta wait till my kids are grown to make sure that they, if I something happens to me, they got to get the money. It can't go to you. Meanwhile, my father married my stepmom and she got all the money and I didn't see one fucking red cent of it. But that was his choice. My brother's, you know, my brother got the money and he refused to give any to me. But that's what happens when you have a brother that's a Jehovah's Witness. So, um he's trash. But you know, yeah, don't let a man give you excuses, because if a man likes you, he'll marry you. Um, and fellas, I would say even less with a woman. For if you're a guy, I would say longer than 8 months. If a woman has not slept with you and you guys have been dating longer than 8 months and she has not expressed a a interest or a standard that she's not going to have sex until marriage, which is more common than you would think, but it's still not common enough for you to fall for it as a man who may be giving money to a woman who has not had sex with you. So what I want to warn fellas of is, I would say for fellas, 8 months. If a woman is not giving you sexual rhythm, kissing, flirting, straddling you, dressing a little extra sexy, she can say she's not ready for sex or wants marriage, and that's fine. A lot of women have to protect ourselves by waiting till marriage for sex. But if she's not showing you that she is sexually attracted to you and can't wait to have sex and really wants to get married because she really wants to have sex with you and she wants it to work out and she hopes you're the one, if she's not showing you those things through kissing and flirting and touching and implied and maybe first or second base type stuff, or fellas, if you are dating a woman and you're paying for everything as you guys are dating and she has not had sex with you yet and it's been 8 months, she doesn't like you. She likes what you do for her. All right? So for fellas, it'd be a little sooner, because a woman will date you infinitely if she can get money out of you without doing the labor of sex. But if a woman is gold digging and you're giving her money, you know what I'm saying, and you're doing a lot for her and you're doing this for her, and you want a relationship, you want sex, you like her, you see her as your wife, and she's not giving, and she treats you like a friend. There's no sexual intimacy, there's no kisses, but she'll take resources from you. She does not like you. And she could be having sex with a guy that she actually likes, who may not be doing as much for her as you are. Because if a woman has a guy that she's having sex with and she likes him, you know what I'm saying, and she's having sex with him and everything, she has no reason to step out. But when a woman is having sex with a guy who's not treating her right, or she's having a sex with a guy who's not her actual partner, committed, or she's having sex with a guy who's broke, or just won't do anything for her romantically or whatever, then she may be looking, she can have sex with one guy, but then get resources from another. And what I want to tell some of you guys is, don't think just because you paying for stuff and doing stuff, this and that sex comes at the end with it. Because if she really liked you, she would have sex with you without that. And if the sex is good enough, you know what I'm saying, she'll pay to come see you. And I'm not saying that as a man you should ever operate in your feminine energy and let a woman behave masculine like that. But what I'm trying to warn you fellas is that you should cut it to 8 months, because you guys can be, you guys, unlike the woman, you guys are spending your money on a woman who don't even like you. Whereas a woman, she's wasting her time. You know what I'm saying? Um, a woman can waste time and waste a year and a half and everything, but a woman can date another guy while she's dating that guy. Fellas, if you're spending money on one woman, you know what I'm saying, if you don't have your money like that and you ain't got money to waste on any woman that you just like without getting sex, if you can't throw money away, on a stripper who's not gonna have sex, because that's what you're doing, fellas. You're giving her money for her looks, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I advocate it, but I'm trying to really look out for my male followers. You're giving money, you're giving a woman money because you like her, and you're not getting a relationship out of it, and you're not getting sex out of it. Now remember, it's nothing wrong with doing that for a woman you like, and that's nobility. But if you're not a rich man, men go to the strip club and throw money at strippers, and at least they're seeing some tits or something. You know what I mean? Some of the men, if they throw enough money, they may get extra access to the stripper or the performer. Um, but but men, if you're doing things for women financially, and because that's your ticket to get to see her and everything, and that's all that's happening, and you're throwing money away. Um, when usually when men throw money away, they're paying for something sexual. So if a woman has friend zoned you and she's still taking your resources, fellas, 8 months. It shouldn't be more than 8 months of you doing stuff for a woman that has expressed no interest in you. You need to move on. And you're better off going to a strip club, because if she's not interested in you, fellas, I'm sure other women aren't either. So go to a strip club, or deal with women who can be bought. Because if you're doing stuff for a woman and she's still not giving you sexual rhythm, she can't be bought. She don't like you. She just knows her worth. If you're ugly, or you're undesirable, or whatever's going on with you where women don't really like you like that, then you're better off dealing with a woman who can be bought, because at least you'll get something in return for your investment. Stop thinking because she's not having sex with you that she's a good girl, or that she's a nice girl, or that she's wife material. She's not having sex with you because she don't like you. You're not attractive to her, and she probably does not respect you as a man. If a woman respects a man, most women, when a woman respects a man, that's when she wants to have sex with him. When she respects him, or when she sees him as somebody who can sexually satisfy her, and that's what her intention is. So I think I said enough right now. Long story short, know when to let go and know when to hold on. What about women waiting until marriage? I don't know if I answered your question with that one about women waiting until marriage. I think it's becoming more common, but I also think that a woman waiting for marriage is more of a scam than it is a genuine desire to benefit fully from a relationship with a man. Um, again, like I said, it's more common. I think there's a lot of church going women. I think that a lot of black women who do end up with black husbands, it happens in the Christian community a lot of times. and it happens in the sorority fraternity community a lot of times, which is you're going to get your historically black colleges and stuff like that. Black men who go to school around white girls don't marry black women. They don't end up marrying black women. The black women who end up married to black men who make more money than them, or at least enough money, these are black women who joined black sororities, who went to black high schools, and then went to a black college and were in a sorority in that college. Or these are black Christians who are in sororities and fraternities in church. Most black couples you see come from a sorority fraternity of blacks, and that's how they got married. Black men who go to school around white women at all do not marry black women at all. Black women who go to school around white people, white men, don't end up married at all, unless it's to a white guy. So if you are a black woman, you went to a predominantly white school, you will be single or you will end up with a white man. Black men who go to predominantly white schools don't marry black women at all. So when you see a black woman happily married to a black man, they were in a sorority and fraternity, or they came from a Christian megachurch where there's money. You get what I'm saying? Black couples come from money. I'm a white man dating a black girl. Is it wrong? What if he's treating her right? Why should he get a reward of sex? Yeah. So for Matt, you say you're a white guy dating a black girl. Is it wrong? I don't think it's wrong. I think you're picking up the slack, because if she wasn't dating you, she would probably end up single. My concern is if it's right for her. And it's not that I'm glad that you commented, and I thank you for watching without being disrespectful like some people have been in the comments. And I thank you for asking that question. I don't think it's wrong. I don't promote interracial dating, but when it comes to black women and my brand being about elevating black women, the reality and the statistics show that if you weren't dating her, she would most likely end up single for no other reason than she's black. And if her skin is darker than a brown paper bag, it's even more likely that she would end up single. So because of that statistic, I would rather see a black woman being properly loved. But, I can't say whether or not you're right for her as a black woman. As a black woman, she may have liked other black guys, but they didn't like her. And she knows her worth and she's with someone who loves her. But most black women prefer black men. It is very rare for a black woman to say, I prefer sexually to be with a white guy. Said no black woman ever. So understand that a lot of black women who end up with white guys, it's from a place of trauma. It's from a place of scarcity. It's from a place of no one else would treat her properly. So I can only congratulate you for that. But don't fetishize her. You're dating a black girl, fine, but don't say it. Let people find out when you introduce them to your beautiful girlfriend that you've been in love with for however many years. Don't go around telling people you date a black girl, because now she's your black girlfriend instead of the woman that you fell in love with. You get what I'm saying? You said, there you go. Honestly, yes. If it wasn't for me, she would be single, but it would be her choice. Her own verbatim in her own words. Well, most beautiful women are single by choice. Most handsome men are single by choice. So the choice is, I'd rather be single than be with someone I don't like. That's the choice. The choice isn't, oh, I'm single because I'd rather be single than have great sex with someone I'm in love with. No, the choice is I'm single because the men that I'm in love with don't like me, don't want me, and the men that want me, I'm not interested in. So my choice is to be single instead of force myself to be with someone I don't like just to say I have a boyfriend. That's always the choice. It's never, gee, I'd rather be single than being getting dicked down by a black man that I'm in love with. That's never what no black woman said ever. I'm single because I'm choosing to be single instead of to be with someone who I don't like. That's the only choice for most black women. White girls get a choice between you and the black guy that your girlfriend probably would have preferred to be with, but she's too dark for him. So no, it's not wrong for you to see somebody for who they are and say she deserves love and I'm going to give it to her. It's not wrong. What's wrong is no black man decided to do that before you. That's what's wrong. You get it? Um Now, Sasha, you said, what if he's not treating her right? Why should he get the reward of sex? Well, here's the thing. What I'm trying to say, Sasha, with when it comes to the scam of women wanting to wait until marriage, a lot of that is gold digging. Because again, I turned 40 this year, so I'm not going to sit here and talk like a 25-year-old idealistically. The truth of the matter is, when a woman is dating you for more, if you've been dating a woman for more than 3 months and she has not had sex with you yet, either she's hyper religious and is genuinely waiting for marriage, and if she's waiting for marriage and she's not 20, if she's waiting for marriage over the age of 22, that's an agenda. Waiting for marriage, you don't wait years for marriage. You get married as soon as you can so you can have sex as soon as you can. So people who wait for marriage for sex get married very young because they don't want to wait until they're 40 to have sex. So for a woman who's over the age of 22 to say that she's waiting for marriage is most likely a scam, or most likely she's been so traumatized and damaged from being with other guys, or the wrong guys, or guys who have mistreated her, guys who have used her for sex and left her, ghosted her, that she now feels she has no option to get married other than to force a man to marry her in order to get sex. And most men don't do that. And most women don't wait until marriage to have sex. They enjoy sex. So if she's waiting for marriage over the age of 22, she's probably, marriage might not be the real thing she's waiting for. Marriage is a huge responsibility and it shouldn't be for sale. You know what I'm saying? And if a woman wants to have sex with you and she really likes you, there's nothing, I'm not going to discourage any woman to wait till marriage because that will benefit her. However, if a man isn't treating you right and dating, leave after 3 months. Leave, like I said, before a year and a half. But if you tell some man you're waiting for sex, or you're waiting for marriage. If you tell a man you're waiting for marriage for sex and he's doing husband, he's still paying your bills. You guys are going out every week and you guys are getting to know each other and everything. If he hasn't planned to marry you, you know what I'm saying? Then what are you waiting for? Another free meal, another bill paid, another free ride. Company to some nice fancy place so you don't look like you're single. But what the fuck are you waiting for? If you waiting for marriage and the guy isn't treating you right and he hasn't married you or isn't talking about it, you're waiting for something for free from someone you don't like. So when people wait for marriage, it's either because they are reformed hoes or because they're teenagers. When you come from a religious community and you wait for marriage, most people, they're married by the time they're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. They're married because they're waiting for marriage and they're ready to have sex. And they've been ready to have sex since they were probably 13. You know what I mean? So this is why I have to warn a lot of men. A woman waiting for marriage, that does not say anything about her virtue. It probably says more about her trauma than it does about how virtuous she is. Matt says she's light skinned as well. Yeah. Well, um, you know, if she's light skinned dating a white guy, she probably just thinks too good of herself to date to date the black man. You know what I'm saying? She probably, she probably thinks highly of herself than to date the black man, especially if she's single on purpose or whatever. If she's light skinned dating a white guy, that's a strategy move. If she was dark skinned dating a black guy, dating a white guy like you know what I'm saying? That would be a love choice. I'm not saying you guys aren't in love, but black men love light skinned girls because he can act like he's dating a white girl without actually dating a white girl. He can date a white girl and she could still cook and maybe have a big ass, you know what I'm saying? And maybe know how to braid hair or do their daughter's hair if they have a daughter. But it's a very different dynamic for a light skin for a black girl who is a very close proximity to looking white to date a white guy versus a black girl that looks black and that looks African. You know what I'm saying? To be with the white guy. And I'm only bringing, like you said with Matt, it's I'm not saying that love isn't involved. Like America has changed a lot. Some racial dynamics have changed a lot, but you have to understand, in this new generation, a lot of black girls believe that they look to a white man to be a status symbol, and they are of the generation where they know and understand how black women are looked at. And so a lot of black women now in this generation, in this day and age, are proactively fighting racism, not passively by just waiting until they're 50, realizing they're single, realizing all the black guys married white girls, and oh well, I guess I'll go to church and go on a weight loss journey, and I'll start going on retreats, and I'll believe in black love, and I'll find my guy, you know what I'm saying? And then they get into spirituality because that's where the last few black men their age that still like black women and may be healthy and good looking are. But the new generation of the new generation of black girl, there's since the 90s and early 2000s. In 2016, when Black Panther came out, a lot of that black men and white women shit stopped the moment Black Panther came out. Then all the black men were ashamed that they were bringing their white girlfriends to the movie theater, and they saw so many beautiful black single women in African garb that they realized the mistake that they had made for the past 20 years, and they became ashamed. And that moment, yeah, that's the exact moment when you stop seeing the promotion of black men and white women in 2016 when Black Panther movie came out. So, for Matt, yeah, well, my dad was killed people in Vietnam too, so simplify. But, so you got to understand that a lot of black girls are being proactive about their oppression, and and I don't know how old you guys are, but if you're 30 or younger, there's a lot of promotion on social media for black and brown women date to date and marry rich, and to stay away from poor men. And a lot of that translates into black and brown women learning how to deal with white men and rich men, and learning how to reject broke men, which are slave descendants. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that her light skin necessarily, I'm not saying that she has privileges that she doesn't have as a black woman. I'm not, but you know, the dynamic of a light skinned black woman, a woman who can pass as white, a woman who has a proximity to whiteness, and she's not dealing with oppression in white societies for looking different, for being dark, for looking African, for having dark skin that other women envy, for having certain features that other women may envy or may find beautiful. You get what I'm saying? She's there. There's just a different dynamic to that. And in this generation, a lot of black girls are taught to be gold diggers because the generations before we were taught to be doormats to black men that hate us to keep the community together. We were taught to be okay with being baby mamas. We were taught that black men are going to go with white women and there's nothing that we could do about it. So we were taught to be desperate and to put up with less than we deserve just to have a man that is black. So, you know, the backlash of that is I'm going to intentionally get a white man. I'm going to intentionally go after men with money, this, and that. I'm not saying that's you guys, Matt Keys. I don't think it's you guys at all. But in general, you know, black women who know their worth, black women who think very highly of themselves, and black women who look what we still call as exotic end up with white men. You know, and I feel, and I don't know, Matt, and I hope I'm answering your questions or whatever, but I feel that even like in younger high school situations and college and stuff, when, how can I say this? In predominantly white situations, and I don't know if you're in a predominantly white situation or you're in a predominantly black community with your black girlfriend. But in predominantly white situations, like I said, the black men tend to go for white women. They don't go and approach and seek out and marry the black girls. They're used to white women. They marry white women and they stay in white situations because they want to be around white women. And a lot of black men raised around white women are uncomfortable around black women. It's uncomfortable to them to be around us because they're so used to girls with light skin and different hair textures, and they're used to how they talk and how they think, and they're used to their ways of manipulating black men. And when a black man is around a sister, it's weird to him because he's not used to being constantly sexually manipulated. He's not used to being treated like a slave or treating like he owes somebody something. He's not used to, you know what I'm saying, being treated like a mandingo, the way the white girls treat him and surround him and make him into a sex symbol when he's probably still a teenager trying to figure out who he is. But now his identity is this sex symbol because that's how the white girls treat him. And then the white guys will co-sign it because they're too afraid to challenge him. Because not because they can't beat his ass as a white man, because they're afraid to be called racist. So the white guys, instead of challenging the black men that all the white girls are throwing themselves at because he's this mandingo and they can control him because they can't control anyone else. The white girls can't control anyone else, so they got to control the black slave. You know, and while that's happening, he's not coming at the black girls. It's the white guys like you who are like, well, these white girls are annoying, or they're just not tickling my fancy. The way they act around black men turns me off. But you know what turns me on? The way these black girls act. You know what I'm saying? What turns me on is this type of woman. And so I don't know what dynamic you come from, but this is generally how that shit goes in high school and in college when when it's a predominantly white situation. When it's predominantly black people, everybody look black. You know what I'm saying? You look like Eminem or something. You know what I'm saying? Probably blend in more because you were a black girl. When it's predominantly black people, nobody cares because black people will let anybody in our communities and will let anybody do anything to us. White people have racism. But you in the black community, you can do anything to anybody and get away with it. You can. So in these white situations, it's more of a power dynamic. Interracial couples, it's more of a power dynamic. You said you're half native, so you say white because you look white. Well, I'm Cherokee and everything, and so and like I said, for me, it sounds like you guys are evenly yoked. You found each other. You probably related on some cultural things. And it sounds like you found a sister who's smart. And it sounds like you're smart. You probably wouldn't be listening to me talk this long, if you weren't. So it sounds like two intelligent people found. See, I'm Cherokee too. And it just sounds like you and her found each other, maybe among other people who weren't like you and weren't like her. But a lot of times, the way interracial dating works in situations and stuff, a lot of times the black girls are bottom of the barrel, which gives leaves more room open for non-black men to build the confidence to approach a black woman. That's usually how it goes. Um, I'm not saying white men don't have the confidence to approach a black woman, but not usually around white people. Usually, when a white guy has the confidence to approach a black woman, it's in a predominantly black situation. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of white men succumb to the pressure that white women put on him and that white women put on black men to not be with black women. And I don't think people give credit to how white women colonize social situations to keep black women from the black men. I don't think people understand how deep that colonialism goes, to where any given situation you will see white women actively interfere with a black woman and a black man coming together, even as friends. You put white women in the mix, you know um and you put anything else in the mix, meaning you put white women in the mix, and then it's school, it's college, it's a classroom, it's corporate America. You know what I'm saying? If it's not just everyone hanging out as friends, but you're at a particular place, at a particular event, you're at a particular social dynamic. You get what I'm saying? You're hanging out with friends and everyone's friends. Everyone, for the most part, is probably just going to simply have respect for each other, and you're probably hanging out with each other because you like each other. But you put a predominantly white people, you sprinkle some black people in there, and then you add a social function like school, college, the workplace, or a more exclusive gathering, meaning any type of gathering where there's like 500 people or less. Not like a game or something like that where everyone's just kind of crowded around, but like a gathering where a gathering, a conference, and something like that. What you're gonna see the dynamics of segregating the black man from the black woman. And that happens in predominantly white. When black people are in predominantly white situations, we get segregated from one another. And that is why it's all the more important for, in predominantly white situations, for black and brown people to go out of our way to show love and to acknowledge each other's presence. And that's one thing that you will not see a black man around a bunch of white women doing. He's not going to go out of his way to step away from the group of white women that he's with to say hi to the black girls, because he's dating them, he's sleeping with them, he wants to be around them, he wants to show the world he's in solidarity with white people and with white women, because he wants to send a message to the world about what his status is. He wants to tell the world, hey, I'm safe, I'm not a threat. And the easiest way a black man can make himself less of a threat to white people is to openly demonstrate hatred for black women. Simple as that. Um, you said growing up, even in adult life, you hear most of the time the good black guys choose white women and the good black girls choose white men. But I'm from Mississippi, interracial dating still. Yeah. So you from, yeah, a lot of Chicagoans are from Mississippi. We look down on. Yeah, he can go there. We don't care. And that, and you know, racism hasn't changed, but all I'm trying to say, you know, with the interracial dating and a lot of these dynamics, and just kind of getting back to the subject of when is a good time to leave a relationship. um Per my brand and what I talk about, I don't condone interracial dating. I don't promote it. I think live and let live. And I understand that without interracial dating, a lot of black women in America would end up single or unloved. You know what I'm saying? Or in situations with men that are beneath their quality. But I also know, and the reason I don't promote it is because there are places like Africa, the biggest continent on the planet, bigger than what the maps show. And there are places where the communities are predominantly black. And there are plenty of places that black women can go and be treated well as a black woman and be loved by black men, and the black men see her as a counterpart. But while in America, which is what I can speak for, that I have to speak for the truth of it. But because because black love does exist, and because there are places and spaces that we can go, and that I would rather promote black women getting a passport and going to Africa than settling for dealing with white men because our men are such trash. I don't that is not my solution. It's my solution for the sisters that it works for. It's a better solution than to be with a man who does not respect you. But my solution, as Black Eyed Priestess, per my brand, I condone black women traveling and black people finding the communities where we are in control, where we dominate, and where we support each other, as opposed to settling for racism and for interracial dating. If you are pro-black, the world is too big for me to just encourage interracial dating as a solution to a few trashy black men in America, when the world is a big place and it's mostly black. The world is mostly black. So it's more logical for me to condone black women to get a passport and to go where we are loved than it is to say white men are a better option, because it's simply not true. You know? And because the maps are lying about how big Africa is and how small Europe is, travel. The black men in America who are programmed and castrated are not the only black men in this world. And black women deserve black men. We don't deserve to feel that we have to marry a white man in America, or we're going to be alone by the time when we're 70. But if you stay in America and you're black, unfortunately, that's how you might end up, unless you want to go to one of these these Christian churches, you know what I'm saying? Um so that's all I was trying to say. The more you see black couples in America, it's gonna be more in a wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna see a lot of black couples in America at the poverty level, and you're gonna see more black couples um in in more wealth. I won't say middle class, but like working class. You'll see more black couples, and then maybe really, really rich, you'll see black couples. But if they're really, really rich, they might be foreign. They might not be American. But and I say that to say, because the only time you really see black men choosing black women is HBCUs, fraternity sororities, and the church. That's the only time you see black men actively choosing black women as wives. Every place else in America, black men are actively, purposely choosing white women. Everywhere else. Everywhere else except for the church, HBCUs, and fraternities and sororities. Spiritual community, black men are marry white women. College, black men marry white women. If it's not an HBCU. We know sports. Sports, it's like it's illegal for a black man to marry a black woman. Um, any other society, corporate America, black men marry white women. On echo stats than actual color, statistically speaking. Yeah. Um, I don't always look at statistics. I do and listen, but more so I go off of what I have observed and what I observe, because in my line of work, I can meet like 2,000 people a day, or at least for sure more, maybe more than that in a week. So every month I'm seeing things, I'm looking at things, and like I said, the promotion of black men with white women in America didn't die down in 2016. And before 2016, black men were not looking at black women at all, and except maybe um except if you were like listening to Umar Johnson or something, or you were listening to like Brother Polite or Bobby Hemmett. Those black men liked black women, but all those black men are broke. See, all the black men that donated Umar Johnson, they was married to white women. They was just hoping Umar Johnson did what they couldn't, because they liked white women too much to actually help the race. So they threw money. There was a bunch of rich black people who donated to Umar Johnson. Half of them were probably married to white women. And and I'm not saying there's not some rich black couples, but you got to understand something. I mean, the dude Tariq Nasheed or whoever, that nigga married to a white woman who did Hidden Colors with his ass. Tariq married to a white woman. All them niggas was married to white women that was throwing money at Umar Johnson. You know what I'm saying? So Umar can do what they couldn't. So they could throw money at him because they couldn't be pro-black themselves. They hate black women too much. So it's like, unless you was actually listening to one of our pro-black moguls and leaders that was prevalent between like '08 and 2018, which is namely Umar Johnson, maybe Brother Polite, Bobby Hemmett, Khalid Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? I would listen to Professor Griff a lot. You know what I'm saying? If you want listening to some black leadership like that, you probably hated black women in those years. And that's just that. That's the only place a black woman in America could find a black man that preferred black women, was the followers of the pro-black revolutionary community. Now, after 2016, all black men became immediately ashamed of their white wives, and everyone went back into fucking interracial hiding as if it was 1950. You know what I'm saying? But and so 2016, that's when you saw an influx of black couples again, because the movie Black Panther, and then 2018, Woman King, if I'm not mistaken, that's the year that movie came out. If I'm not mistaken, Woman King. No, Woman King came out in like 2021, if I'm not mistaken, oh, 2022. But that one was excellent. But Wakanda Forever, more African. Get Out, the movie Get Out, that promoted black men and white women. That was a promotion of black men and white women. That wasn't something to wake black men up. That was something to make them kind of giggle at their just. That was something to appease all the black men that had white women. Like, okay, here, well, let's throw you, like, let's do some, there was almost like black people making fun of themselves and white people making fun of themselves. It was a promotion of interracial dating. Um it wasn't a revolutionary movie to make people see the reality of it. It was a somewhat comical
dark comedy way of promoting that shit and saying, ha ha, this is the decision I made. Let's make fun of the fact that I chose to spend my life with rich white people. Like it was just an appeasement of interracial couples who wanted to once again see themselves on screen, but during Trump era. Get Out was a way to appease interracial couples who were embarrassed after Black Panther came out or whatever. Um so that's, I that's just kind of how I look at the way America has kind of gone with the interracial stuff. Um you said Sasha give everyone equal chance. I'm You said, yeah, statistics are the only thing we can go by and stuff. And Jesus love not hate. We're all made in God's image and stuff. And that's the thing. Yeah, I took advantage of you being a feminine woman. Yeah, well, that's why with Christianity, we in Christianity and the scriptures say we became brothers and sisters in Christ. I prefer using Christ than Jesus. But Christianity grafted the Gentiles into the nation of Israel through belief. Because before being a Hebrew Israelite, that was a bloodline trait, which meant specifically that your father, that you can trace your bloodline back to Abraham, specifically. And the Rephaim, the giants that remained inhabitants, and then after the flood, Japheth traveled to the what we call the Caucasus Mountains, or they traveled to the mountainous regions, and then in the New Testament, after Isaiah, God pulled them from the extremities of the earth, meaning he pulled the Caucasian from the extremities of the earth to punish the Hebrew Israelites. That was the Roman. So after all of that and everything and all that punishment and Nebuchadnezzar and all that, then, in the spread of the word and this and that and Christ and Christianity and the resurrection, then the Gentiles got grafted into the the religion through faith, not through bloodline, but through believing and accepting Christ as their Lord and Savior. So when you accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, then you become brothers and sisters in Christ. Not, um it's not, Jesus called the white people dogs. He told the Samaritan woman, I did not come to feed the dogs. I came for the children of Israel. So remember, Christ made a clear distinction between the Hebrew Israelite and the Gentile. What it is when you accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, you become a brother and sister to all nations. The racism that's inherent in you gets eliminated. It's not that Christ brings people together. Christ came for the Hebrew Israelites, and he made that very clear. It's that you become Christ-like, and you're able to relinquish any racism or bigotry because you understand being Christ-like and following Christ is your main duty, not an allegiance to your nation or to this and that. So that is how Christ can unite us. Um, but the Bible even itself mentions the stark differences between the Gentile, which is the Caucasian, and the Hebrew Israelite. You know, which was the Hebrew Israelite was not just to say the Hebrew Israelite was the African would be inaccurate, because a lot of those other tribes, like the Hittites and the Shittites and all them, they were in Africa too. We don't know what they, I'm saying, they could have looked just like the tribes look in Africa now. They could have had the same phenotype, but they worshipped a different God. And that is why it's important. And this is why I talked about how color is not always a signifier of your race. Because in the Bible, they didn't always say what color someone was. They said what God they worshiped. That determined your race back in the Bible, especially before Babel. It was, what God do you serve? And if you served the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, you were set apart from all the other pagans and the Gentiles that served foreign gods, false gods, and multiple gods. Gentiles, anyone but Israelite. It, that's more accurate. Yeah, because it, I would, it's more accurate to say that a Gentile is anyone that's not an Israelite than it would be to say that Israelites are black people, because that's not necessarily the case. In the Bible, there were so many tribes that were in Africa. Hagar, Hagar was Egyptian, and they adopted her from when Sarah and Abraham went to Egypt. So if she was Egyptian back then, she probably was very, very, very dark skinned. You know who else was very, very dark skinned? You know, or she could, we don't know what she, you know what I'm saying, but she was not, she could have, what I'm saying is she could have looked black like them, but she was Egyptian and they were Israelite and they could have looked the same. Now, you know who else was very dark skinned in the Bible? Moses' wife. She came from a tribe that was known to have, for the women to be very, very dark skinned. That was a descriptor. So she was even darker than Moses and them. And they described her that way. You know. But they were all in Africa. And she married him, so she got, you know, so that's why, yeah, it would be more accurate to say Gentiles are anyone who's not, or everyone who's not, or is anyone but Israelite, more than to say that all black people are Hebrew Israelites, or to say that the African is the Hebrew Israelite. No, the those who served the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and those who were distinctly from the 12 tribes that Israel or Jacob had through his sons, through Leah, um and Joseph, Joseph and Benjamin, let's not forget them. But you know what I'm saying, that that they were the Israelites specifically. And every other tribe, they were African, you know what I'm saying, North African, West African, South African, East African. The whole Bible is in Africa. The whole Bible is in Africa. The only time you get a little bit away from Africa maybe is when you start to get to the areas that are commonly known as Greece and Tarsus and the Greek and Italian Roman islands. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, yeah, Rome, so to speak, you know. And you know, so we can look on the map to see where these Roman, Italian, Grecian areas are. I mean, Sicilians to this day are considered black in some, you know, people who understand history. So it is what it is. Yeah, Samson was from Niger, so he's dark skinned as well. So if no one has any questions, it's been 4 hours. It's probably way too long to talk, but I guess pull a scripture real quick. I had to put my phone on the charger, and I don't know why I've been doing these uploads so early in the morning, but I guess it's that witching hour energy. So I just pull a scripture. You guys, let's see which one. Where my thumb lands. This is Ezekiel 12:17. The word of the Lord came to me. That's that one. Son of man, tremble as you eat your food, and shudder in fear as you drink your water. And so I was gonna do it based on the page number, which is 730. That's like a date, like July 30th. Hold on for a second. do a little different um reading on that. Give me 1 second. All right. So 7:30. Um, seven. See, seven is Oshun again. Thanks, Sasha. And I appreciate you guys listening too. Seven is Oshun again. And 30. Um, that's gonna deal with the Iyami with three, with the sacred trinity. Zero, in numerology can be substituted for any number, but in this instance, since it's kind of feminine energy, I feel like zero represents like an egg, even the world egg. And so, because we're kind of talking about like world things and, different cultures, races in the Bible, what I feel like with 7:30, that number, and according to the scripture I pulled, which it says, the word of the Lord came to me. The I might end up doing one more because I got the insight and I did the upload, around start at 4 in the morning. So I feel like third time is the charm. I feel like tonight or maybe another time this week, I'm probably gonna do another night dark upload because these are messages from the mothers happening during this moon phase. And so I do feel like this moon phase is very strong for me to give insights and to talk to my audience about the insights that I've been receiving and the messages, the spiritual messages for my audience, because I do feel like I'm going live and I'm talking so long because this is for, I don't know who needs to hear this yet, but it's almost like I'm just trying to make sure the message gets out to the right people who the message is actually for. And I love when you guys come on the videos later, like after they've been uploaded and you listen and then you say, yeah, I needed to hear, yeah, this is for me. This message hit home because that lets me know that I'm doing my job. But yeah, seven is for Oshun and 30, that's a nighttime energy too. 7, 3, and 0. Um, today's the 11th. No, that was, I think today's the 13th, if I'm not mistaken. Um, the Trinity, the Iyami, the mothers, that for anyone who's listening who's not black or African, that is a West African term, but it also deals with the sacred Trinity, which in Europe is known as like the Virgin, the Mother, and the Crone, or the Maiden, the Mother, and the Crone. When you're dealing with aristocracy, but it's still dealing with like the sacred female trinity, and it's more so Oshun, Oya, and Yemaya, and the nation of wisdom and the collective female empowerment to where you respect the differences of women, but what we have in common is we're all women and elevating the female experience. And so these messages today about letting go, and then yesterday about how to know if someone loves you, and letting go, and when to let go and when to hold on. Um, these are messages that are probably meant to be for spiritual practitioners, priests and priestesses, um, who kind of need who need to hear and be reminded of the spiritual aspect of the decisions that we make. And so I think that I've just been kind of talking through these things to just kind of remind spiritual people that we still have a responsibility to protect and hone our spiritual gifts, even as we're making practical decisions about what goals to pursue, who to love, who to marry, what jobs to keep, and when to let go of situations, And so all in all, I hope that this upload helps, but I hope you guys know and have a better insight as to when is a good time to let go of something and when you should actually just hold on to something and be grateful for you have it, instead of letting society or other people convince you that something that could actually be a treasure is turn your treasure into someone else's trash because you didn't appreciate it and you were thinking the grass is greener on the other side instead of it being greener where you water it. And that goes back to the beginning, especially. And that's why I say this one's probably for more priests and priestesses, because a lot of us do have to make money. And we do make money outside of our spiritual services. Don't let spiritual attacks and witchcraft and Satanism, don't let these things interfere with your livelihood. Know the difference between letting go when something no longer serves you and holding on to something and fighting for something that's yours, that somebody is trying to separate you from through some form of witchcraft. All right. Yeah, so we will talk soon and I look forward to it. Thank you all for listening. Have your questions ready as well. So I can do some more live oracle consultations, and thank you all for listening. And I'll talk to you soon. I hope the other one is uploaded. I know my Wi-Fi's been messed up, so it might take a while for this one to show up on my page. Um, but the links will be there. Just go back to this video and click it if it doesn't upload. All right, thanks you guys. Peace and love. Talk to you soon.